What it do to the peace? What it up to the people in there? Kicking it live, just wait for the jam to come through. Just had a just yeah, gonna copy the link. Most anyone welcome to come up. Just yeah, we'll have a few things to say. Got a few reading. Just give me a second to get through this. Hope everyone is good. Magnificent, feeling fine. If you come through to like on the way in, we know we're doing it. I'll wait till for the if I can get some couple people. It's gonna be so funny. But yeah, another day, another same way through. We had like what a piece, kick of the max. You know how it is out here over here in Australia. Thinking the mic is probably just sounding a bit better. I mean, I think some setup is a little bit louder. It's quite clear, but anyway. Alright, what up, back a piece, man? You know how we do. Just, I just saw a stream on Drop's channel. So Drop TV, if you haven't heard of that one, go check him out. Link it up. Lock it in. He just had a classic edit. Real life, true stories, plus about how it was and how it was in primary school. But before we get started, we want to give thanks to all ancestors or people, present, past, respectful, been in here, give for us, or for the peace, praying one. And give some lamentation. Hope you enjoy if you had, all that time here, light up fire right now. Boom, 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 Mother. We always go three around here. We always go three. That's the way it is. The way it be. I don't mean to just come out here and just flip on this. We're going to talk in a sec. Bumbling a Jake. Kids don't try it at home. Yeah, so what we're gonna do? I guess we can start off. If people want to jump up. That's cool. If you don't have time, that's all right. But I thought I'd maybe just start this off. Be here for a little while, maybe half an hour or so. It's real late night on a Sunday morning or early morning Sunday, midnight over here in Adelaide. Out of this book I found called the textbook. What's written on the front? So it's a New York Times bestseller from the authors. Okay, it's quite funny. Good book. It goes in sort of saying like things that you thought you knew. Really, there was a different answer. Different perspective. The things that we'd grown up. I thought there was a sentence. Maybe in the here we go. Well, yeah, here's a couple. I thought there might have been a blurb giving a summary, but there's not. But couple critics have said, in a sea of literary lies, finally a book that will tell you the truth about the things you need to know. Sarah Silverman. The funniest, wisest, greatest book ever written by Stan Lee. All right. So I think that's the man from the Marvel comics, and that's the other one's that female comedian. So yeah, so there's like a few different chapters here. Like I mean, and then like I'll break it down. I'll just read them in here. Yeah, I should have. Alright, so the like chapters they got topics: health and anatomy, biology, world history, sex education, physics, US history, health and nutrition, practical psychology. So I mean, if anyone wants to hear any particular thing, maybe pop it in. You can pop it in the chat, but if not, um, yeah, man, it's pretty true, bro. Very true, Sean. There's a comment that from it's from Sean Becker. It's kind of disappointing to find out that everything you were taught in school was a lie. So maybe not everything, but let's hope not everything. I don't, but a lot of the things seem to be coming out as distorted. Uh, I guess we'll go for US history because most people might be viewing this on that side. Here we are in Australia. So I'll just open it up to a random page. Uh, let's see. What did you go to? Oh, well, actually, we'll start. Let's start reading it. There we go. So if you have a look there, you can see it. Right. So chapter 6, U.S. history. Right. So 6A, America's origin story. Less factual than the ones in comic books. When it comes to the birth of America, most of us are working from elementary school history lessons. And while it's not surprising that your second grade teacher might have biffed a couple of details, what's shocking is how much less interesting the version we learned was compared to the mind-bending true stories. So, another title, Repressed Puritans needed all those laws to curb their constant humping. Right? In the section here, the myth. Every American school kid who has sat through a lesson on the history of Thanksgiving learned that the Pilgrims who founded America were a group of sexually repressed religious fanatics known as Puritans. Uh, so it says now, those early settlers in America were actually an offshoot of a much larger group in the Church of England who were working to purify the world of anything relating to genitalia. To this day, we refer to someone's sensibilities as puritanical if they're the type to demand that somebody chisel a pair of slacks on the statue of David. So then I've got the myth and the truth. The truth, while sex between unmarried couples was theoretically a crime in Puritan society, that hardly slowed them down. It just meant that their society was rife with shotgun weddings, According to some studies, up to 1 in 3 Puritan women were pregnant when they got married. So there you go. If you can listen to that fact, given given that they lived in such a repressive and extremist society, these depraved criminals must not have carried out their illicit affairs with discretion, right? Not even close. According to the historians, the Puritans had sex everywhere. They had sex in churchyards, they had sex in ditches and on hedges. They had sex in bars and in beach patches and on porches. One of the most common places for Puritan servants to have sex was in the kitchen, often while the servants watched. Keep in mind, sex was at the heart of the faith. The Puritan church believed that because marriage was between a man, a woman, and Jesus, sex should also be between a man, woman, and Jesus. This was even a metaphor. The Puritan church sought converts be describing the voluptuous delights that awaited in quotation marks that awaited them in heaven with their in quotation marks heavenly husband. Yeah, they're talking about sex with the Lord. Well, this is all from this book here. Bet you didn't know, at least one Puritan man was excommunicated from his church because he refused to have sex with his wife. So, well, so that's Dave's little thought up there. Now we'll go into the next one. The Indians were defeated by white settlers. Yeah, oh yeah, so yeah. The myth is our history books don't really go into a ton of detail about how the Indians became an endangered race. Some warring, some smallpox, blankets, and ... death by broken heart? Question mark. The truth, there's a pretty important detail in our textbooks left out about the white European settlers' conquest of the people who were already living in America. It happened immediately after the Native Americans had experienced what can only be described as full-blown apocalypse. So, I'll read what they've written. When American Indians show up in the movies made by conscientious white people, they usually lament having their land taken from them. The implication is that Native Americans died off like a species of tree burrowing owl that couldn't hack it once their natural habitat was paved over. If we had to put the whole Cowboys versus the Indians battle into a log line, we'd say the Indians put up a good fight, but they were no match for the white man's superior technology. As surely as scissors cut paper and rock smashes scissors, bullet beats arrow. When the Mayflower landed at Plymouth Rock, the most devastating plague in human history had raced up the east coast of North America. So the Pilgrims started the tape recorder on New England's written history, immediately after 96% of the Native Americans in Massachusetts were wiped out. In the years before the Pilgrims landed, a sailor named Giovanni de Verrazzano sailed up America's east coast and described it as densely populated, in quotation marks, and so, in quotation marks, smoky with Indian bonfires, that you could smell them burning hundreds of miles away at sea. So the Pilgrims didn't land in an untamed wilderness so much as in the eerily empty cities depicted in every post-apocalyptic movie that you've ever seen. It's strange that if so few of us were taught about Native American apocalypse, since many historians believe it is the single most important event in American history. Before the plague, estimates estimates put American population anywhere between 20 and 100 million. Europe's at the time was 70 million. The plague would eventually sweep west, killing up to 90% of the native population in the entire country before white settlers ever came in contact with any of them. For comparison's sake, the Black Death killed off between 30 and 60% of Europe. Our history books naturally wanted us to believe that our ancestors won this land by being the superior culture, as opposed to inventing the crazy lucrative apocalypse profiteering industry. If the Native Americans hadn't been wiped out by plague, most of the people reading and writing this wouldn't be in America today. At full strength, the natives had a tendency to make shit powerfully real for any pale faces trying to sneak into the country they had already settled. Just us, the Vikings who landed in America 500 years before Columbus. Oh, right, the Columbus thing. You just seemed a little old to still believe that. No, it's fine. We just assumed you could skip a few things. Columbus, Santa Claus. It's cool. We'll never make this quick. So yeah, it's getting pretty interesting. Oh, drop in the house, my brother. So maybe Citizen Man 2, my brothers. Uh, I'll drop the link in, man. I'll just stop here. This is some pretty interesting stuff. So yeah, US culture and like the what I'm doing is like it's a D textbook. So um they it's kind of like yeah, things you thought you knew, but then it doesn't break down. But yeah, man, I drop much peace. I just and props for the video you just put on. If you want to hit that link, anyone will be so dope. Like, but the true story, man, and how you edit it. I just was inspired to come up and like yeah, it was dope. So the story of and I didn't really the fact it just surprised me because I didn't realize you guys all went to school together, like into primary school together. That's really cool. Like in like you know uh, that little event and how it all built up and it came to um it came to what how it did and what he did. She was asking the name of the book. It's called The D Textbook. I couldn't really. I was looking for authors and things. Head writer Daniel O'Brien. Okay. Well, yeah. I guess, yeah, man. That was fucking dope, bro. It was pretty fun. And yeah, that whole story, that was classic. So what I was doing U.S. history, right? We were up to the Columbus. Yeah, I guess there's some really, like, if you hit the beginning, it's a few history. So Columbus wasn't the first European to discover America. Vikings were. The myth. America was discovered in 1942 when the Europeans decided to conquer the outside world. The truth, all of that is bullshit. Nobody at the time thought that the world was flat. Columbus's voyage wasn't particularly difficult. So how they'll go on a little bit more into it. The Renaissance and the Enlightenment were underway, and Europeans of the time were just generally the first smart people ever. Columbus discovered America thanks to a daring journey across the Atlantic. His crew almost threw him overboard because they thought the world was flat and they would sail off the edge. When he arrived, Columbus named the people who had already lived there Indians, for which they were incredibly thankful. Imagine living there for thousands of years and never coming up with a name for them for yourself. Columbus and his crew enjoyed smooth sailing, and nobody threatened to throw him overboard. Basically, if it is a well-known anecdote about Columbus, you should assume that the opposite is true, and then pretend you've known it for a while so you don't look stupid. Columbus wasn't the first to cross the Atlantic. In fact, it's possible that Native Americans crossed the Atlantic before Columbus. Some anthropologists believe two men who shipwrecked in Holland in 60 BC were American Indians. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone outside a fifth grade history class who thinks Columbus was the first to cross in the other direction. Which brings us to the good part, Vikings versus Indians. Starting around 986, a steady stream of Vikings spent hundreds of years trying to settle what they called Vinland, which historians now believe as the east coast of America. Some think they made it as far as modern-day North Carolina. In 1005, almost 500 years before Columbus, a group of Vikings set up the first successful European American colony. It lasted 2 years, and then the Native Americans kicked their asses out, shooting the head Viking in the heart with an arrow, because that was just how they rolled. So to recap, the biggest badasses in European history got into one scuffle with the natives, and they decided that settling America wasn't the great idea after all. If you think the Pilgrims would have fared any better against an East Coast chock full of Native Americans, you either don't know what a Viking is or placing entirely too much stock in the strategic importance of having belt buckles on your shoes. If the Indians had remained at full strength and never experienced a plague, America would probably be as white and European as failed colonies like India and Africa are today. Some pretty interesting, sort of like thoughts. So, I mean, you might agree. Anybody wants to hit the link, come up. So there we go. On native culture. I'll show you here how it's kind of formatted, if you can see. So native culture wasn't primitive. The myth. Marine Indians lived in balance with the Mother Earth, Father Moon, Brother Coyote, and Sister Bear with a question mark. Sister ... bear with a question mark. Does that just sound right because we grew up on the Berenstain Bears? If the government were taken over by hippies tomorrow, the directionless, ecologically friendly society that they'd set up is about how we picture Native American life. The truth. Indians were so good at killing trees, a team of Stanford environmental scientists think they caused a mini ice age in Europe. Controversial topic. When all of the tree-clearing Indians died of the plague, So many trees grew back that it had a reverse global warming effect. More carbon dioxide was sucked from the air. Earth's atmosphere held onto less heat, and Al Gore cried a single tear of joy. One of the best examples of how we get Native Americans all wrong is Cahokia, a massive Native American city located in modern-day East St. Louis. That might have been pronounced wrong. Um, in 1250, it was bigger than London and featured a sophisticated society with an urban centre, satellite villages, and thatched roof houses lining the central plazas. The evidence its residents left behind suggests a complex economy with trade routes from the Great Lakes all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. And that's not even mentioning America's version of the Great Pyramid of Giza, Monk's Mound. You know how people treat the very existence of the Great Pyramid in Egypt as one of history's most confounding mysteries. Cahokia's pyramid dwarfs it both in size and in degree of difficulty. Monk's Mound contains more than 2.16 billion pounds of soil, some of which was carried from hundreds of miles away to make sure that the city's giant monument was vividly colored. To put that into perspective, all 13 million people who lived in the state of Illinois today would have to carry 350-pound baskets of soil from as far away as Indiana to construct another one. So, if you picture that, while Egypt draws in millions of dollars in tourism and has dozens of Time Life magazine documentaries dedicated, or Time Life, the documentaries dedicated to exploring old and sand-colored pyramids. Most Americans don't even know there was a giant blue, red, white, black, grey, brown, and orange one just sitting outside of St. Louis. In the realm of personal hygiene, the Europeans out-hippied the Indians by a foul-smelling mile. Europeans never washed and were amazed by the Indians' interest in personal cleanliness. The natives weren't too fond of the cloud of shit-smelling awfulness the Europeans dragged around with them, and complained that the in quotation marks, physically weak, sexually untrustworthy, and atrociously ugly Europeans, end quotation marks, Europeans, in quotation marks, possess little intelligence, in quotation marks. The Europeans didn't do much to debunk the comparison in the physical beauty department. Giovanni da Verrazzano, the sailor who observed the densely populated East Coast, called a Native American who boarded his ship, in quotation marks, as beautiful in stature and build as I can possibly describe, in quotation marks, presumably added, in quotation marks, for a dude, in quotation marks. Oh, okay, so this book's trying to be a bit comical. So the next one is Indians influenced modern America. The myth, the only influence natives seemed to have on the New World and frontiersmen was giving them moving targets to shoot at, and eventually a plot outline for Avatar. After natives helped the pilgrims get through that first winter, all playing nice disappeared until Dancing with the Wolves. The truth. Settlers defecting to join native society was so common that it became a major issue for colonial leaders. Think the modern immigration debate, except with all the white people risking their lives to get out of America's society. According to historian James Loewen, Europeans were always trying to stop the outflow. Conquistador Hernando de Soto had to post guards to keep his men and women from defeating the native societies. Pilgrims were so scared of Indian influence that they outlawed the wearing of long hair. Ben Franklin noted that no European had who has tasted savage life can afterwards bear to live in our societies. Franklin believed that Native American societies provided greater opportunities for happiness than the European cultures, and he wasn't the only founding father who thought settlers could learn a thing or two from them. They didn't dress up like American Indians at the Boston Tea Party to be ironic. That was common protester gear during the American Revolution. For hundreds of years, the American Revolution For 100 years after the American Revolution, none of this was a secret. Political cartoonists used American Indians to represent the colonial side. Colonial soldiers dressed up like Indians when fighting the British. Documents from the time indicated that the design of the US government was at least partially inspired by native tribal society. Historians think that the Iroquois Confederacy had a direct influence on the US Constitution, and in 1988 the Senate even passed a resolution acknowledging that the confederation of the original 13 colonies into one republic was influenced by the Iroquois Confederacy, as they were of the democratic principles which were incorporated in the Constitution itself. In 1987, Cornell University held a conference on the link between the Iroquois government and the US Constitution. It was noted that the Iroquois' great law of peace includes freedom of speech, freedom of religion, separation of power in government, and checks of balance. Wow, checks and balance. Freedoms of speech and religion. Sounds awfully familiar. Uh, we'll keep going. Thanksgiving was invented by a woman's magazine. The myth. Thanksgiving is a holiday older than America itself, going back to 1621 when the starving pilgrims shared a meal with the natives and formed a friendship that would last until syphilis and exposure killed them all. The truth. Thanksgiving exists today thanks to a woman's magazine and partisan politics. It's true that a meal took place in 1621. There was just a 240-year gap before it became a national holiday. During that time, Thanksgiving was kind of a regional thing, like Mardi Gras, in much of the country. People barely knew what it was. It wasn't established as a national holiday until Abraham Lincoln declared it so in 1863, setting it on the last Thursday of November at the behest of a woman's magazine editor. Her name was Sarah Josephia Hale, and she was a kind of Martha Stewart of her day. She thought that taking this regional holiday they celebrated in the New England government area national would bring the country together in a present to prevent a civil war. Spoiler, it didn't. She completely reinvented the holiday in the process. Hale filed her magazine Godey's Ladies Book with recipes for turkey, pumpkin pie, and all the other traditional Thanksgiving stuff you'll eat each November, almost none of which was at the original feast. Oh, and the date would change one more time. Why? To make room for more Christmas shopping. Remember that Lincoln had set Thanksgiving on the last Thursday of November, but in some years November had 5 Thursdays. This happened in 1939 when the United States was recovering from the Great Depression and the short Thanksgiving to Christmas shopping window threatened to hurt the economy. This was before retailers started shopping. This was before retailers started celebrating Christmas in August. So President Franklin D. Roosevelt moved Thanksgiving up to the fourth Thursday instead, which of course set off a bitter dispute between red and blue states. For the next 2 years, people celebrated Thanksgiving on different days depending on their political orientation, until finally in 1941 Congress set the day we still use today to make sure everyone would have plenty of time to get their shopping in. Coincidentally, this was only 1 year after America's favorite turkey supplier, which first trademarked the name Butterball. How many people bought one that first year and were so shocked to find that the package was not a basketball-sized lump of butter? I don't know. So, okay, so I mean, it keeps growing out. There's 6A, 6B, if then, this. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess, let's see. I'll keep going. Okay, this is the last one of 6. Oh, actually, yeah, we'll move it on, because I think they're in the same concept. No, but I'll just read the last one because I've already read it. Keep it cool. So this is the last part of, for people who might have just joined in, the last part of U.S. history, chapter 6A, America's origin history, right? So the Old West was nothing like you think. The myth, the Wild West. During the 20th century, many a young boy spent his childhood sharing the same dream, the one where it turns out John Wayne's your dad and he needs to help him cut some bandits off at the pass before they can blow up the bridge and make off with their stolen bags of cash hidden in bulging sacks with dollar signs printed on them. It's not hard to understand why it appealed to young men. The Wild West was like an action movie in a giant sandbox. Life was cheap, and murder was considered a courteous way to greet a fellow cowboy. If you were the grit-faced resident of a dusty western town, odds were good that the creepy old coroner was already assembling your coffin. Between getting scalped, shot by the rustlers, stabbed by whores, gunned down in a quick-draw duels, beaten to death in the bar fights, it's a miracle so many of our favorite Western heroes were able to live long enough to die of typhus. The truth, the mild West. The most murderers of any Western town saw during any 1 year of the Wild West in quotation marks historical period was, wait for it, 5. 5 murders. That's one Deadwood episode. In 1881, a particular town in Arizona saw its most violent year ever. The town, Tombstone. The violence is in question mark. The famed shootout at the OK Corral. The total death toll, question mark, 3. What about an old-timey Clint Eastwood fanning his gun and shooting 6 guys at a pop, or popping some poor schmuck in the heart in a showdown at high noon? Never happened. The inaccuracy of handguns used at the time meant that quick-drawing dueling would have essentially been a drunken darts game with higher stakes. Close your eyes, keep on firing, and hope the wing of the other guy before you run out of bullets. Hope you wing the other guy before you run out of bullets, just like making love. Billy the Kid, for example, killed a total of 4 men in his lifetime. What? But watch any movie or read almost any book about him, and he's taking dudes out like Willis, trying to jumpstart another Die Hard franchise. Despite what the movies has taught us, wearing a silly hat and unironically ending each sentence with "partner" doesn't make you a real cowboy. An uneventful life of working for minimum wage and poor personal hygiene are way closer to the mark. In reality, the only difference between a typical cowboy's attire and a burlap sack was occasional presence of buttons. Even the traditional cowboy look, a 10-gallon hat, leather tassels, and guns low of the hip, was totally fabricated by the hyperbolic entertainer Buffalo Bill for his carnival-like Wild Wild West show. The only people who dressed like that in the Wild West were stupid people from the East who only previous interactions with the Wild West were the shows they'd seen. It would be like making assumptions about African culture based on the way lions interact with the lion tamers at the circus. Straight up. In short, the whole concept of the Wild Wild West is nothing but a marketing tool fabricated to make men spend money at the movie theater and chap stores. On the bright side, it always was like that. Kids going back generations have been just as misguided and lied to as they didn't have frosted toaster pastries. True that. So, yeah, that's, I don't know, like how anybody in, you guys in the US, how you feel on about that. Um, so shout out, oh wow, much peace to Penny, Penny Sparks, Misael in the house, Ken Dummy, so B1 for life. So all, much thanks, man, for coming through. If you all could hit the like on the way in, man, that'd be appreciated. But and also, if you want to come up and have your input, if there is any input, I'm just like reading from the book. If you just join. So like it's I'm going. It's got basically a lot of different topics on how debunking stuff that we were taught in school and how it is like different. But I just thought I'd choose the U.S. history, so because there might be a few people from there, so and then it turns out. But I'll see what the next one is 6B, right? Of U.S. history, miscast stars of U.S. history. Any similarities to persons living or dead is probably coincidental. Hey, we get it. Textbook writers, right? We want the youth of the world to have heroes, and you can only write about Teddy Roosevelt and Abe Lincoln so many times before kids start exploding into balls of chest hair. So we look to other historical figures of inspiration, which is fine until you're turning complicated men and women into absurd caricatures, or until you get the story 100% wrong, whichever happens first. So there's a we'll go on to the myth and truth section. Paul Revere, only famous because nothing rhymes with Prescott. Nothing. The myth. It takes almost 1,000 words, but Henry Wadsworth Longfellow eventually spits out the story we've been told for more than 200 years. On the eve of British invasion, Paul Revere had a handful of friends coordinate a secret warning signal to convey how the British troops were approaching. One lantern in Old North Church if they're invading by land, 2 lanterns if they're coming from the harbour. On the night of April 18, 1775, they flash Revere, the double lanterns, and it's on. Dude springs into action as America's one-man burglar alarm, galloping from village to village, warning all the locals to arm themselves. It might seem odd that so much attention is heaped on a middleman who performed the relatively straightforward task that was asked of him, but there's just something romantic about the image of Revere riding like a madman out in front of the coming war, letting everyone know that it was time to invent America with murder, folks. The truth. Longfellow, in case you haven't figured this out yet, was a poet, not one of those classy poets like Robert Frost, or one of the rhyming ones like Dr. Seuss, without the drawings. And do you know why Dr. Seuss wrote about Cat in the Hat rather than a porcupine? Because cat rhymes with fucking everything. This is it. Also the reason you've heard Paul Revere. Longfellow didn't pluck Paul Revere's name from obscurity until January 1861. The country was about to come the settling of Ken Burns' documentary, The Civil War, and the North needed something to get them in spirit to protect them some union. Since Eye of the Tiger hadn't been written yet, they had to settle for poetry, and the poem they got was approximately as historically accurate as a nursery rhyme. First of all, the Midnight Ride was a covert operation screaming, "The British are coming. The British are coming." When up to 20% of the population still considered themselves loyal Brits. Would have been a great way to screw up everything. More important, the British didn't catch anyone off guard. The Patriots had a plan in place to alert each other that the British were coming. And the most important part, getting the word out to as many armed men as possible. That's why Paul Revere was that's why Paul Revere was one of 40 different messengers who participated in the Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. He participated in the Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. And it's a good thing they didn't rest at the fate of the country on its own Revere's shoulders. Do you know what slows down when warning a militia about an imminent invasion? Getting captured by enemy sentries. Which was exactly what happened to Revere before he ever made it into Concord. So, one of 40 people who were involved in the Midnight Ride of Paul Revere, Revere was almost the least effective of the group. But because his name is easy to rhyme, we celebrate his achievements instead of guys who actually completed their rides. Nice work, history. Well, so, there's a bit. Well, I'll show you here. There's a picture here in the beginning, if you can see it closely. Hopefully it works. There's a blurb there saying Paul Revere, as seen in the alternate version of events you learned growing up, the more legendary Revere is far more effective than the historical figure as a horse road that farts explosions. Also not to present in the true story. And then another one with saying Paul Revere again seen in an artist depiction in which he was more effective than the real Paul Revere. So some interesting facts. I'm not like I'd love to hear if anybody has any American or if anybody's there any opinions on this. But I'll keep going. So I don't know how to check it. I'll double check. It was been probably about well, it's been 50 minutes. I was going to say about 40 minutes. All right. Abraham Lincoln, badass, supersized giant with a face made of magic. The myth. He's like America's sweet, folksy grandpa. Sit on his knee, and old honest Abe will tell you a story about log splitting, cabin building, and slave freeing. If you only knew a few things about Abraham Lincoln, our tallest and second beardest president, beardiest, beard-eest president to date, you probably know that he was a paragon of honor, a man who held a struggling country together with passion and focus, a man who carried himself with a quiet dignity that would describe as downright Lincolnesque. The truth. If you sat on Abraham Lincoln's knee, he'd be more likely to lift you up and throw you 10 feet into the air and tell you a story about log cabins. In reality, Lincoln had the heart and soul of an unpredictable cage fighter and the strength of several unpredictable cage fighters. He suffered from Marfan syndrome, a disorder that made his arms grow abnormally long to lengths, leading experts qualified as holy shit giant. He was like a dope hat wearing Mr. Fantastic, and he strengthened his bonus arms with a daily regimen of log splitting and house building. According to Henry Ketchman's Life of Abraham Lincoln, it wouldn't have been uncommon to see the young Lincoln strutting around his hometown while carrying stone-filled crates weighing 1,000 and 1,200 pounds. That's not a typo, and it's not like we weighed things differently in the past, as in, oh, back then 1,000 pounds really weighed an ounce and only cost a nickel, and a woman knew her place in italics. Um, the weight is accurate. Lincoln regularly lugged 1,200 pounds of stones around, just in case that skill might come in handy somewhere down in line. And it wasn't just massive boxes of stones that Lincoln easily and carelessly tossed around town. It was also other human beings. We like to think of Lincoln as thoughtful and kind, like a gentle giant, but anecdotes about his early life suggest that he was violent and terrifying and not to be crossed, like an actual giant. When Lincoln moved to Salem, Illinois, he ran into some trouble with the Clarigo Boys, a local gang. Lincoln, having only lived in New Salem for about a week, was already tired of Clarigo's brunch and demanded a fight with their leader, Jack Armstrong. Armstrong had Lincoln beat in fighting experience, but was just outmatched in the terms of Lincoln's strength, arm size, and balls out craziness. After circling each other for a bit, Lincoln simply picked Armstrong up by the throat, held him in the air, and shook him like a child until Armstrong surrendered. Lincoln would pull a similar stunt years later by lifting up a rowdy spectator out of a crowd and tossing him. But this time it wouldn't be during a fight, it would be in the middle of Lincoln's first public campaign speech for office in New Salem. Lincoln apparently campaigned for office on a platform of, in quotation marks, I will straight up hurl any motherfuckers who get on my nerves. He won, by the way. So to recap, while shaping history into an easily digestible narrative, the media and your teachers decided to ignore the fact that Abraham Lincoln was a giant armed, axe wielding human tosser in order to focus on how honest he was. Oh wow, okay, so here we go. There's another picture here. Be interesting. You can, hopefully it comes out. What the blurb says. We'll just do that again. Hopefully we can get a better look. Yeah. So it's figure 6.110. I said 10. After is a rare first draft of one of Lincoln's early campaign speeches. So what it says, the New Salem Address. He's reminding himself, thank the crowd for coming out, hold for the applause, flex, hold for the applause, hold for applause, hold for applause. Say something about this nation of ours, flex, pick someone in the crowd out at random, and just fucking toss him as far as you can. Say Lincoln now drop like become president. Okay, so obviously that's not an authentic draft. I thought it was authentic. Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry about my reading too. It seems to be, I was a bit out of thing because I haven't read this at all and I'm just going on. It's a bit late, so yeah. But I appreciate everyone being here. Hopefully, if you could hit the like and hit that like button on the thumbs up on the way through, we much appreciate it, man. You know, and if you do want to come up, you can. There's a link. Like have a chat. So yeah, we'll just read a few more. Though, but what I'm doing is reading this book here, detailed book, about U.S. history. So this is about. I'll give it up to the chat then. Who do you want to hear about? Ulysses S. Grant or John Q. Adams? So see if there's any interaction, So it's Ulysses S. Grant or John Q. Adams. So put a U if you want Ulysses, or put a J if you want to hear about John Adams. Alright, we got it something. And John Adams from Miss AO. Excellent. So we got some agreement. It's definitely Mr. Adams. Okay. Thanks for that, Durst. Durst, man. So John Q. Adams put the crazy in. Hey, you guys! I think John Quincy Adams is crazy. The myth. We're not going to sit around and bullshit anyone here. Absolutely everything you know about John Quincy Adams you learned from watching Amistad. So if you remember Adams at all, you remember him as a brilliant diplomat and attorney, a bright thinker, a great public speaker, and you also remember him looking ugly like Hannibal Lecter. Because that's what the movie told you. And there's nothing wrong with that. Amistad was a good, fairly accurate movie, and John Q wasn't as impressive and noteworthy as, say, Washington or Lincoln or Kennedy. We can forgive you for not boning up on our slightly more obscure presidents. We sure as hell won't forgive Armistead, though. The truth. If we can say that John Quincy Adams had a black belt in diplomacy, you can bet your ass that we can also say that he has a goddamn master sensei at being crazy. Right? Like shit Hurley crazy. Like let's dig into the center of the earth because it's hollow crazy. And that one isn't an exaggeration. As President John Q. Adams, using taxpayer money, approved an expedition heading by John Cleves Symes, Jr. that involved digging straight into the earth, which was believed to be hollow by Symes. Adams and almost no one else in the world, because it was the 1800s and people weren't that stupid, for Christ's sake. Most people weren't that stupid anyway, but Adams sure was. He was prepared to send Symes to the North Pole, which, for absolutely no reason, they had concluded featured the entrance to a massive underground world filled with "We are far from shitting your right now." No, what? Mole people. Symes drew a crazy map of a hollowed out Earth, and asked Adams if he could use the map to find and conduct trade with mole people. After the President of the United States was like, "Oh yeah, here's money for that." The deal fell through when Adams left office and replaced by Andrew Jackson. Jackson would never stand for such a ridiculous mission. We commended Jackson for his rationality, but it should be noted that the only reason he ended that expedition was because he genuinely believed the world was flat. At least Jackson's form of crazy was cheaper for the American taxpayer. Well, there you go. It's quite interesting. God body bro, peace, my brother. Doing some American news, bro. Like detecting, it's like a textbook, which is like saying the things that you think sort of learned in school aren't totally as they seem to be. If you can, like, I don't know what you guys thought about that, but and there's a figure here. I mean, there's a picture here again. In the corner there. Hopefully you can see that. It says figure 6.13. Even I know that's bullshit, and I still drown random women for being witches. Any random guys from the 1800s. Well, it's a bit of a smart ass book, this book. Okay? So, I'll do it again. I'll do it again, just for the new people in there. Do you want to hear about Thomas Jefferson or JFK? Thomas Jefferson or JFK? Whoop. If you want to hear about Thomas Jefferson, put a T. If you want to hear about JFK, put a K. And if anybody wants to come up, more than welcome. There's the link. Because this is, I just thought this would, I'd dive a little bit into history from the American side of things, because it'd be fair for American people maybe checking this out. JFK from Missiles. Thank you for the communication, my brother. Thank you for the communication. So, once again, from this book, I'm going to say it's about JFK, huge fan of assassination plots. The myth. Hopefully everything's sounding alright. I hope if everything should be. Anyway, sorry to stop that. The myth. We don't often think of John F. Kennedy as a war and violence loving president. We think of him as an everything else loving president. Other presidents like that warmonger Lyndon Johnson got us into Vietnam, but JFK just wanted to love. If you know what we're saying, ladies. Yeah, see, sorry for the way I'm reading it. It's not really coming out. I should have read this before, because, yeah, if you know what we're saying, ladies, get to JFK. We'll start again. Other presidents, like the warmonger Lyndon Johnson, got us into Vietnam, but JFK just wanted to love, if you know what we're saying, ladies. Seriously, there's a better decent chance he had sex with all of our mothers/grandmothers. We love him all the way. We love all the incorrigible rogues. And the fact that the most famous thing he did as president was become the victim of a violent crime sort of makes him anti-violence by default. If any president embodied the spirit of being a lover, not a fighter, it was JFK. The truth. JFK's appetite for violence was exactly as strong as his appetite for sex, which is to say, an ox. In his brief tenure as president, JFK spent the bulk of his time devising and launching covert plots aimed at assassinating other presidents, like South Vietnamese President Nguyen Dinh Diem, who Kennedy eventually did assassinate, and Fidel Castro, whom Kennedy tried and failed to assassinate more times than Wile E. Coyote versus the Roadrunner. Check that out. We love how he valiantly kept America during the safe Cuban Missile Crisis, but in all likelihood, JFK's assassination-related antics instigated the crisis to begin with. He's like the guy who shakes up a beehive and then expects the rest of the picnic to praise him when he stops the bees from shooting a bunch of missiles at us. And as far as Vietnam goes, JFK was the one who said that if we withdraw from Vietnam, in quotation marks, the communists would control Vietnam pretty soon. All of Southeast Asia would be under the control of the communists. And then India, Burma, would be the next target, in quotation mark. A justification that future politicians and war advocates would use for the next decade. Kennedy wasn't all bad, but he was far from the war-hating, peace-loving that we remember him as. Well, I don't know if this is, striking a chord with anybody, but it's, some information which is maybe considered controversial, but just thought-provoking. I won't read too much more, here we go, there's a nice little one, so probably read two more. I'll go one, okay, yeah, and then I'll go into the next chapter, so, no, yeah, choose on the next one. There's just one more here about Rosa Parks. So, Rosa Parks, carefully chosen spokesperson for a PR-savvy civil rights movement. The myth. You don't have to be a history major to recognize Rosa Parks as the snowflake that started an avalanche of progress. On her way home one day, presumably from church or the library, she and her adorable granny glasses were minding their own business when a racist cop arrested her for refusing to sit at the back of the bus. The spontaneous bus boycott that followed gained national attention for the civil rights movement and launched the career of a then unknown Martin Luther King Jr. It's impossible to imagine where they'd be today if serendipity hadn't placed Parks on the bus in December 1955. The truth. Not only was Rosa Parks the first African American no, not only was Rosa Parks not the first African American to refuse to yield her seat to a white man, but she wasn't even the first in her own town. There was Claudette Colvin, a 15-year-old girl who took the exact same buses as Rosa and was arrested for refusing to give up her seat 9 months before Rosa Parks, as well as an 18-year-old named Mary Louise Smith, who'd been arrested 6 weeks before Parks. Parks deliberately chosen to be the face of the Parks was deliberately chosen to be the face of the civil rights movement. It turns out the NAACP wasn't some half-assed organization that found out that racism existed after an old lady got arrested. It was a sophisticated, media-savvy organization looking to get attention for its incredibly important cause. The group decided that of the very many shit pies that were being forced to eat in the South, the black women being arrested for sitting at the front of the bus was the right mixture of symbolic non-threat and right mixture of symbolic and not non-threatening. So now they had candidates to consider. Colvin was disqualified for being a pregnant teenager, and Smith wasn't used for her dad was falsely rumored to have a drinking problem. It sounds harsh, but the NAACP leaders knew that they couldn't give the white community a single excuse to ignore them. They were playing a game of chess with 1,000 moving pieces, and everything had to go exactly right for them to even make a splash. Rosa Parks had been the third woman arrested, but she looked like a 19th century schoolmarm who might be carrying a bowl of warm oatmeal in her purse. She was the obvious choice, and the NAACP rode the momentum of that choice and an increasingly sophisticated awareness campaign to the national prominence and eventually into history. And they did absolutely none of it by accident. There's a couple of little pictures and quotes here, so hopefully they'll get a look. You might have obviously, a lot of people would have seen this picture, yes. So arrested, I guess. But the blurb here, so the one on her mugshot is, okay, great Rosa, now give me a matrimony librarian who got arrested for sitting on a bus so we could start to heal this nation. Perfect, you're a natural. Oh, okay, so this book is trying to be really, it's kind of, what's that? Yeah, it look like smart ass, but anyway. The other one of the one of getting fingerprinted by the officer. Great. Now give me a profoundly disappointed by the bigoted American judicial system. Nailed it. We're gonna be in so many fucking history books. All right, quite funny. Yeah, like I hope everything's like enjoying. I'll put the link up again just in case. So yeah, thanks for everyone. And we got a few people in here. Please like hit the like on the way through, man. It'd be dope if you can. It'll help me build this, and it'll just be part of the tank. But all right, I'll go read one more, as I said, and this is chapter 6C, American Wars. So I'll give you guys a choice. A good deal. So we'll go on a do. Okay, do you want to hear about World War II, right? So WW2 or the Civil War. Okay, so WW2 and World War II or the Civil War. If anyone's out there and wants to hear about a particular topic, or one of those two, so it's a Civil War or World War II. I'll give this a couple of minutes if there's no into answer. It's all cool. I'll make a choice. Oh, cool. So don't like So going once, going twice, going thrice. World War II. World War II. Anybody? Anybody? How Civil War? Going once, going twice, going thrice. Anybody? Anybody? Was it or the Confederate flag? Nah. Look at that. There's a few little. There's the different versions of them that came out. You know, obviously people have probably seen these before, but for people not in America or don't know, even if you're in America and you don't know the history, it's, you know, it's how these motherfuckers did it. But it doesn't seem like I'll go. Let's see. Oh, I just got the. I don't know if you heard that. I got the things here. Alright, we'll go World War II, yeah? I guess. Oh no, we'll go Civil War because well, it's all US history. But did you hear that? What are you guys laughing at? Did you hear the keyboard? But yeah, you're Misael, bro. Since you're, or unless you're, oh, you want to hear about the? Maybe we caused them. I don't know the Confederate flag, I suppose. So Sean wanted to hear about the flag. Whatever I like, it's all good. Yeah, all right. Yeah, we'll just do World War II then. All right, check it out. Last one, because it might be getting a bit boring for everybody out there. So you know, if you want to come up, be cool. Because I'd like to hear your guys' opinion on like the American side. All right. World War II. America does 5% of the work, takes all the credit. The myth. The United States won the war. If there's one thing we know about World War II, it's that it was the most photogenic war ever waged. And if there's a second subsequent thing we know, because we're dumb enough to believe that the thousands of movies and television series and video games and children's placemat word scrambles and at misguided history-themed diners tell us, it's that United States played the most important role in Hitler's downfall. Our nukes forced Japan to surrender. Our boys on the beaches of Normandy took care of Europe, and the inglorious bastards shot the Führer's face in an old warm catcher's mitt sort of deal. Any place we're forgetting? Question mark. Oh right, the Russian front. Nothing cool besides enemy at the gates. In italics. What happened there? Right? Question mark. Just cold and shit. All the real action was safely in the hands of the country that would coincidentally go on to supply most of the world's media about the war after the fact. USA, USA, USA. The truth. World Warring 101. Whoever has Russia wins. 80% of the casualties inflicted on Hitler's army came at the hands of the Russians. The combined might of all the rest of the Allies took out a fifth of the Nazis that Russia did by itself. And it paid a massive price for it too. The Soviets suffered 8 million military casualties and lost 13.7 million civilians. All told, the Russian front was roughly 4 times the scale of the larger Western Front. The part the United States was involved in, and larger than all phases of the war put together. The Battle of Stalingrad is considered by many World War II historians to be the most decisive turning point in the war. Hack directors and video game designers take note. There are one bunch of great unoptioned stories from the Soviet side of the big one too, like the one about Yakov Palyov, the guy who held off a dozen Nazi tanks alone from inside an apartment building rigged with mines and mortars, all to protect civilians holed up in the basement. Legend holds that he also told in Soviet Russia. What? This is in brackets. Jokes whenever one rang bell. Might want to get Zack Snyder on that one. Well, that's quite interesting. So, Russia. So obviously the British and European side did not take out too much. Obviously the Americans weren't fighting directly with the Germans, but 1/5 taken out. So 8, and then the Soviets lost 8 million at 13.7 million civilians. It's quite they're all, wonder what's that, where they're sold at, what up, right now. Peace to them. So I'll give this a break for a bit. I'll go through some notes and see where the people are. Once again, man, thanks for being here. Just checking out. I was inspired, like, for newcomers, like, I was inspired because I saw a Drop, man. He put on a stream about a real life issue story that you should all check it out on Drop's channel. Great edit, bro. It was a really well done edit and quite interesting to me, man. It'll be interesting to a lot of people, I think. I won't give it away, but you can go check it out. Um, so where were we at? So like, all right, well, all right. You got Canadummy saying the American flag is that of a trading company. USA is a cooperation. Hitler um, and Walt Disney could be the same person. Might as well be. Same from Canadummy. Here from Sean Becker. I know why our name is in all caps on our birth certificates. That's a great one. So if you want to come up, man, and like give us a expand on your thoughts. So if you have time, or just it'll be dope. We all can, and then another one for everybody. Search Martin Light Key on YouTube. So that's spelt Martin, and the surname is Liedtke. Liedtke for his surname. For people that aren't in the chat that can't see it. Another one from Sean. The Federal Reserve has a bank account in our names. Or this is obviously a bit of an answer to that. The Federal Reserve has a bank account in our names. Harvey Dent's Fact Finder has videos about how to pay bills using it. Alright, Miss Ailes saying there is a website to check out how much you are worth. Wow. Yeah, wow, eh? Dead Corpse Corporation, maritime law, these sort of basis of thinking. What's the thing? The straw man, all caps, thing like that. I've got inklings in that. I did some study in law, so um, it's got a bit of legalese, and it's very much a game of words and things like that. Um, you know, yeah, so that's cool. So sound is coming through a bit better, which is dope. It's still not clear as I gotta get this shit set up and get, but yeah, at least it's better. Peace. Got another one in the house, man. All right. So they're gone now. But yeah, man. 7 in here, only 4 thumbs. At least everybody just do it. Just hit it. It's easy. So hit it. My main game. No, I'm just joking. We'll jump off on that. What else could we do? We could was a bit unprepared. I only came up. I was just like, I watched that stream and I was just like laughing, man. What dropped in? It was like pretty damn funny, and it's killer, man. um, so what else? I guess I could do some more reading. Like, I'll read from another book then, right? Resign. I was doing this one the other day. I'll read like that a bit later too. It's 1984. George Orwell. Or you got Marcus Garvey, the anti-colonial champion. So, I don't know. I think I might. And actually, I got it up there. I got another book which is signed by his wife. So it's pretty dope. Um, great book. If people are familiar, not great book, just a really not inspiration. I don't know. Maybe it's just this is also something that just his story is quite the fact he could get so many people together. Um, so you know, but it's very long. So we'll just go through a bit. Say like all right, we're talking in. So I'll start. Let's just start in the middle. We got chapter 10, right? Chapter 10: Persecution and Setbacks. For Marcus Garvey, the anti-colonial champion, written by Rupert Lewis. Right. During his life, Garvey faced considerable odds. He built a movement which constituted one of a growing number of anti-colonial forces. This meant that he was a target of official machination and abuse, harassment in the United States. J. Edgar Hoover's memorandum from the U.S. Department of Justice to Special Agent Ridgely, dated October 11, 1919, is revealing as to the plans being conceived in order to deport Garvey, and the urgency with which it was considered desirable to have this done. Hoover was transmitting herewith a communication which has come to my attention from the Panama Canal, Washington office, relative to the activities of Marcus Garvey. Garvey is a West Indian Negro, and in addition to his activities in endeavoring to establish the Black Star Line Steamship Corporation, he also has been particularly active among the radical elements in New York City in agitating the Negro movement. Unfortunately, however, he has not yet violated any federal law whereby he could be proceeded against on the grounds of being an undesirable alien. From the point of view deportation. It occurs to me, however, from the attached clipping that there might be some proceeding against him for fraud in connection with the Black Star Line propaganda, and that's all. That's verbatim from J. Edgar Hoover's letter or script. So the U.S. authorities had therefore developed a plan to imprison Garvey and discredit him. Indeed, in that same month and year, Garvey survived an attempt on his life in New York City. 3 shots were fired by the would-be assassin, a Southern unemployed black named Tyler. The first shot went wild. The second passed so near his temple that the skin was seared, and the third bullet hit his leg. Tyler committed suicide a few days later under questionable circumstances after having admitted he had been sent to do the crime and would not bear conviction alone. Jacques, see, that's from Amy Jacques Garvey in the book. It is not known in whose pay Tyler was. What it is, however, known from FBI files and in the intelligence of colonial archive from the British, French, Belgian, and South African governments. It is the magnitude of the efforts made to contain the spread of Garvey's anti-colonial teaching. A listing of dates will condense only the significant episodes of harassment in the United States between 1920 and 1927. In 1920, he was tried for criminal libel during the first 1920 convention. Delegates raised the US $700 for his legal expenses. Legal harassment continued to precede conventions so as to stymie this major gathering. 1921. Efforts made to keep him out of the US by denying him a visa. 1923. Convicted for alleged mail fraud, refused bail. This led to cancellation of the annual convention. Garvey spent 3 months in the Tombs prison. 8 prominent black Americans, some of the members of the National Association of, of Advancement for Colored People, sent a letter to the Federal Attorney General of the U.S. urging him to hasten the trial of Garvey, deport him, and exterminate the UNIA. A Garvey Must Go campaign was launched. Garvey's trial took place in a court charged with malicious hysteria. Garvey was indicted on this assumption that an empty envelope with a rubber-stamped return address of the Black Star Line contained either a letter or a handbill from him. No other officer in the UNIA was convicted. Garvey was sentenced to 5 years imprisonment and fined $1,000 before the trial. He had been released on bail put up by the UNIA to the tune of $15,000, raised from among his supporters. Same year, indicted for failure to make an income tax return in 1921. He had to stay out of the country for 5 months because of difficulty with getting a visa. The objective was to pin him on the charge of the Black Star Line. That charge failed to secure a conviction. In 1925, Garvey's appeal was dismissed. He was sent to the federal prison in Atlanta. In 1927, he was released from prison and immediately deported to Jamaica, never again to return to the US. This consequence, of course, continued until his death, but in relation to his trials in the United States, Armin Cohn of the law firm Cohn and Conan Nagler stated, "In my 23 years of practice at the New York bar, I have never handled a case in which the defendant had been treated with such manifest unfairness and with such a palpable attempt at persecution as this one." A similar scenario was to face Garvey in Jamaica. British colonial containment. Apart from restricting his travel and residence possibilities, the colonialists sought to cripple the finances of the organization. The American tradition of public guest lectures and lecture tours made by celebrities for fee-paying audiences. Garvey raised money by his public speeches, but it was not possible to raise as much in Jamaica because of poverty of the people and the absence of such tradition. His potential audience in the United States was estimated at 12 million blacks, as compared to Jamaica's less than 1 million. As for the people's poverty, Garvey knew from his own experience from observations as he traveled through the rural districts, as well as through personal correspondence.
In 1928, he claimed to have received, since his return to Jamaica in December 1927, some 2,000 letters in which requests were made for his assistance, such as to pay a month's room. Oh, it's okay, so 4 shillings or £4 or something, to pay a month's room rent, 3 to buy tools, 60 for some trifles. Garvey not only had difficulties on the local level, but also the task of holding together an international organization with a distinctive anti-colonial character and a very self-conscious British colony. The problems attendant on this were many. In the first place, overseas communication was poor, and his organizational correspondence was tampered with by Jamaican American postal authorities. During early 1929, U.S. postal authorities intercepted some 40,000 letters sent out by Garvey to his supporters. These letters requested the recipients to answer certain census-type questions in connection with the UNIA program. One American postal official stated that the letters had been withheld until more facts were available about the scheme for fear that Garvey would use the list in some plan that they may be fraudulent. This harassment was another source of difficulty, for a great deal of money was lost in the mail, and Garvey was working very hard towards the 6th UNIA convention in 1929. Secondly, his international impact was considerably weaker in Kingston than Harlem, for very obvious reasons. The most important reason was that in the 1920s Harlem was, in a sense, the cultural and political capital of the black world, while Kingston was a relatively insignificant colonial city. It was in Harlem that Garveyism became important, although Kingston had been the birthplace of the UNIA. Another crucial factor is that from Harlem contact with UNIA divisions in Africa and even in the Caribbean was easier. In Kingston, Garvey had to rework the entire underground network he had created, the operation of which took a much longer time. And although he telegraphed his weekly front-page articles to the Negro world, this would not substitute for his own presence in the United States and the cohesive effect this could have had on the organization, which was in crisis due to internal splits. Nice, I don't know when they came in. Alright, so it probably might be getting a bit boring for people, but yeah, if anyone wants to come up, that'd be dope, man. I'll take a drinks break. So, yeah, but as I said, like, much appreciation to all who's here, man. And all just popping through. Just give me a bit of a second here. Technical difficulties. So yeah, just like, I hope you guys are enjoying this. I just like doing just sort of thought, might as well do something interesting, keep it all changing up. So like reading those books, so some strange, interesting facts brought up there, which you may have heard of, and you might agree with, or you may not have heard of, and or either way. But yeah, man, that's how we do. So I don't even know who's in the house. Give us a 1 if you did like the reading. Give us a 2 if you thought it was shite. It's all good. Drinks break back.
Always three. Always three. Bumbling that, bumbling that, bumbling that. Maybe that was another reason too. My reading came a bit off place because it's a bit late, you know. And like to take a few drinks breaks here and there. Oh, dude, thanks, Sean. Thanks, bro. That's actually what my middle brother would call him, Sean. So that's pretty good. He's doing really well. Well, I wouldn't like, you know, it's pretty crazy. He's very highly placed in the economic banking world. He's like a vice president of an investment bank. So that's my name. Excuse me. Bumbling and Jay, spark that fire. And if you gotta fight everybody else, if you're taking a drink back, take one with me, man. It's time. We're all wide around the world, you know. So, yeah, like I just ran out of papers too, like, so been so hopefully waiting on my brother's good body if he has some time. Or anybody bad, you know. Unless you, but well, if you want to hear about anything, just type it in. So you know, people are depleting now. People are going away. Oop. La 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 la. So I don't know. I'm not just. Do you guys want to hear some more reading? Do you want to hear a bit of a jam on the guitar? Freestyle. Do a bit. I'll do a bit later. Just shiggity. Just get us a bit of feedback. Yeah, mate. Yeah, that. Yeah, okay. But it was drop, isn't it? They're playing me slowly. Don't move that. It's funny shit. Um, so yeah, where the goons at? Where the goons at? Come on, G. Nobody's been coming up today. Everybody's busy on the 9 to 5. On the grind. Yeah, facts. Hey, much choice. But it was just an impromptu. But I just saw drops like thing, and I was like, "It's classic. It's gonna come up." So no, I wasn't prepared. Like, had no idea. I might kick out. What's the time? How long have we been? I'll make it 2 hours, I guess. So unless someone comes up, it'd be yeah. Hopefully comes up. So it comes up in the next 10. Just give us a minute. I'll try and Because I think my thing's a bit out of tune, but I'll see how we give it a go. Delete. I don't know if that's going. I'm trying to share that and get a beat going, but I don't know if it's working. If it's coming through, let us know. Hit a one. What? Oh, that's how you do that.
Probably not. I don't know. I must have fucked it up. Alright, yo. I don't know if that music was. Yeah, what music? Okay, so, yeah. Obviously, I was trying to share the screen and it wasn't going. Yeah, this shit ain't turned up. I don't know if you can hear. Hopefully, it'll come through. I thought I would do something. I can't do much because of the time. Fuck this there. Yeah. Fuck it is now. Fuck the beats going in the mic to fat fussy must take beats that I can be like when the beats up on the flow, I'll be coming on the tape. I said beats up on the grow. I said show me up deep, see me up on the fire. Put me on the tape, beasting up upon grind. I said come beside, cause the mic's in my hand. When I flow up on the beat, I be on the foreign land. Standing in the gift from the beats to when the call, you should shock it on the beat. On the stomach on the ball, that the force one. Now tell Sally right. Right, try and do that, yo. I'm gonna on the tape and I come up in the clan. What's the beats that wanna see? What they wanna gather around? We're doing freestyle on the tape. This is how it goes. What you wanna do it? This is the best of best, you know. It's the festival of flows. It's the festival of beer. It's the festival of body ever smoking, never cheer. Beast up in the mind. It's the fucking fuss them on the freeze. If you don't know, you better F them up the freeze with the F them up the cops. Just the beast them on the tape. Foreign for the rock, bitty foreign for the skate. This the beast of one of the prize that you take them over dry with your beast of foreign land, with your gust of bird of why. Where you wanna see, this them on the freestyle, beast them on the take, flowing down the river now. This the what you wanna do it, do it yourself. Beat upon the tape when the top go up the deck. Beast upon the mic of my eyes, fold on my tape. Beast upon calling the sides, calling the skies. Beast upon the falling in line. This is straight up off the dome on a feet at a time. I go to warm up just a little bit in the flow. 5 minutes, and I brought up the show. Which is light up upon a bicycle cord. This is rushing on the deep. This is light record by bicycle riding around the town. Beast upon a shepherd now, throw it around. Would you get far around? Would you buy it on the beat? Would you buy it in the shop? Would you find me on the street? Find it on the cup, beast rapping on the shit, rapping plastic bag of this and that, throwing on the clip, this and if when I'm back, yo, going on a trip, put your hoping up and that. Gotta have to flip, yo, I deep enough the mic, just to seal off the kids, throw some on the steam, beast them on the kids. Where you wanna do it, bro? Got scales. This enough for it on beat, and this and that it on tails. This is epic. Yo, it's ready, cause you coming on the beat. Yeah, you're not pathetic. This is something that I do. This is something that is bored. This is don't take beast. I can't do it, cause I'm bored. Beast upon the style, seed upon the run. I'm up on the tape, boy. I'm up on the drum. But what you wanna do? See you bust the 4 freeze? Would you would you see the police? Then would you run away? Would you ride the town? Or would you climb the wall? Or would you lie the sound? Or would you get locked down? Being in handcuffs to say you beat for your life. Standing up like whoa. Alright, Rats, I see you, brother. I'll just do like a little bit. I hope that's not too whack. Nobody's just like, oh yeah, you go from here, so you just do. I'm up on what the fuck was that shit? Beast upon the crowd of shit, beast upon the back, beast upon the feet of bad shit. But you missing the fight the bull. I be beating on the tape, me Tylenol, so I got a headache to bake it. Where you running to? Running right here. Where you running to? In my Nikes. Where you running to? Running right here. Where you running to? In my nightmare. Yo, I'm doing it again, busting out the tote flow, busting on the tape, yeah, it's just gonna show. Gotta slow the fucking see that I prepare playing there. Gold on the grey sun rays go around. Once the planet and the earth watered on the nutrients and even on the door, cause you gotta have influence with it. Be the market shit, so the separation come up on the bow. This is solar celebration, I'm soloistic, gonna keep the politician, no politician wishing on the beast upon the flame. How you wanna do it? Just write them off a game. This is freestyle, flowing up and flowing off aim. When you wanna do it, but it's size the style. Be precise, be right with your mic to mile. Low legends, lost flow. Learn it on here. With your flow it, up on the flow it in the gears. Where you running to? I'll be right here. Where you running to? in the night gear. Where you running to? Right here. Where you running to? Take flight here. Verse 2 of the shit, I gotta bright up a split. You know that I gotta go, cause I gotta be gift. I gotta be at the best. I wanna blur test. This is I'm before I do get it off of my chest. I wanna see, but I'm see it. Gonna see the jam. See me on the place, wanna see me the damn. They wanna pin me on the side, wanna give me the grams. They wanna huff him on the glass, wanna give me the blend. Yes, him on the side, wanna see me the stakes. They wanna huff up on the sea, gonna keep me awake. Nothing on the do, gon' do it a break. I wanna be some on the time, wanna see me the lay. Be some on the tape, but to see me the bread. Something on the tape, or see me the slam. This is never on the flow, that's the good shit. This is better flow, this is good to guess. This is what you bought to see, this is be the pain. Nothing but a bone, what you here to blame. Yo, I'm lighting up a bowl, cause I need my brain. Be upon the nine post C, so I'm bustin' on the beat, so I need a James, so you get up on the floor, yo, you entertain, cause you beat up on the beat, wanna be the man, sitting there on people the floor, cause you balance, yo, get it back with a mic for the skill, for the heat, gonna keys to the mic, that's your, back for the tape, when I wanna get see to the wanna hear the beat, say yes, yes, sure, what you wanna do to the mic on now, beat it with a dash, with the heat pump loose, with you, what you doing, dice, with your beat pump juice, and the out to date, to non dose, produce, con beast, the boys, seat the same, what you wanna do, so on heat the face, the bomb, beast, the core, they won't rap the shit, they won't heat the pump, they can't clap the gift, they can't beast the night, like Easter, like the gold, collect the won't ride tonight. Intergalactic rider, what the form beast of a no screw slider, what's the quarter, what you gonna do, bro? Take the side of what a horizontal shit going overdrive, but on the piece of all the shit, every the plan, and when the 5 minutes, when I finish up with the man. Yeah, sorry, that was just it. There's a bit of flow. There's just like impromptu how to do. I'll introduce my new friend. What is up, my bro Rash, if you're there?
Easy on them. GIU, Sunray.
Chilling, man. Just doing some live impromptu because I saw Drop get on, man. And need to see
Yeah,
this latest one was wicked, so this sort of come up with that. Do it nice to have you up here, bro.
word, man. I was just sitting here vibing, hearing you going on that flow like you just said.
Yeah. Did you hear Casey reading? Or I did a bit of reading before and shit. But
Nah, I ain't catch the reading, but what was the
oh, there was like I was coming out. I did a couple, bro. I got a book. I did a Marcus Garvey, right?
mm-hmm,
This anti-colonial chairman, just about. It was talking. It was random, just kind of the persecution and setbacks that he had.
mm-hmm,
And the other one is this pretty cool. It's called the D textbook. It's kind of which tells you it's like stuff that you learn at school or you heard your life that you thought you knew.
mm-hmm.
Um, Telling you like, oh, it's not exactly how you kind of knew it. Like they'll give um,
Yeah,
like so that and there was U.S. history, so I was doing that.
mm-hmm. All
Um,
right.
yeah, it's pretty dope. I just randomly got up, but fucking. What do you? What's on your side? Not much. Same old.
Same old easy over here. Got my little warrior princesses over there liven up the space, so I'm just trying to relax, drink my.
Nice. Yeah, with the music before too, I was trying to play some electronic, like the beats I got up, but that wasn't working. So yeah, what I did, I just did the acoustic. But that's good, man. Fucking is it lunchtime? You on night or evening, morning?
Nah, it's morning, 11 in the a.m. over here on the East Coast in the States.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Those
Uh,
tracks you talking about, those your productions?
Yeah, man, fully, bro. That's the main thing that I this is that I was a professional musician like for 3 years when I was in my first city. I was lead vocalist of a nine-piece band, but yeah, I work on Logic. Can use all the other ones, Ableton, and go to Pro Tools, and I did a bit of like university study Sonic Arts. Yeah, so I'm really trying to get like I want to be constantly what's this like streaming and stuff. Doing
Um,
both ways, having these panels and links them right up, but getting something out there. Also, beat tutorials like teaching people how to do it. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
how to produce
Yeah,
music and stuff.
yeah, and then do a bit of music theory and shit. Like I know, obviously, I'm still learning too, but I do know I can give some people some pretty good knowledge.
Yeah, that's what's up. Cause
Oh,
I've been,
Bryce, we got Chris in the house too.
yeah, what's up? Easy to the J.
What's good, guys? How y'all doing this morning or afternoon?
Easy, man. You
Chill,
know.
chill. He was
That's
just go in, Rush. Yeah.
Yeah, how about that? Another
I'll take
producer.
Diggs break.
But yeah, cause now I've been on a job to get some music out into the airwaves too. But just like you said, I've been lacking on the production aspect of it, and you know, all the producers I know, they get they rush and stuff like that. So I've been, you know,
Right.
lurking and trying to learn and how to like fix up and get in it or whatnot, you know. So I know
How do you
Chris.
mean? Like they got like they'll have the it's like waves of inspiration and things, or
Yeah, like it don't be necessary to wave it inspiration. It's like the let me see the subject matters in which I discuss. You know,
oh
a
yeah,
lot of these producers they ain't really on, you know, the wavelength that I'm on as far as yeah, I could talk the genre topics that's out now, but at the same time I'm like I like to stress certain information, just like how you said about the reading you did about what we think we know we ain't know, you know. And
yeah.
then it's like my craft is pretty much subject to that atmosphere as far as introducing folks, you know, to certain things that's been going on that I identified.
That'd be cool, man. So like, do you use which programs are you gonna use if you use?
And that's the thing. I ain't even like I ain't even got into no programs yet
Right.
to actually start doing anything because I ain't really
Do you play
I ain't-
instrument? Have you like,
I've
have you ever
been
like strum a guitar or play piano or drums or anything?
not
Trumpet?
not to the point to where it's like, you know, like I dibbled and dabbled with stuff,
Mm,
plucked a few strings, picked a
yeah,
few keys, you know, but as far as like the reading and writing the music like that and such,
yeah.
it's like I formulate tunes and melodies with
Right.
whatever instrument, you feel me? So it's just
Understand, and in a way, that's all you kind of need to make a song because it's
yeah,
just it's three or a few chords,
mm-hmm,
yeah,
repeating. So
yeah,
you don't really need to know the full music theory scale, the
yeah,
whole orchestral style. You
shit.
mm-hmm.
know?
Nowadays, you don't even need a full chord. You can make you can make
That's
you can
true.
make a beat from three notes,
Yeah,
and consistently use those three notes through the whole song with
yeah,
different instruments.
really. Yeah, true that, right?
Yeah.
And it's in the same chord. I was
It,
I'll get it hooked up. So like I just don't know how to do it. I was trying maybe on OBS it'll work so that um it will pick up my live playing of like a door, because I
Mm-hmm.
can hear right now. I can hear it. I'm like hitting shit on the keys, but it's not coming through,
It's not
obviously.
coming through the stream, yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
but
But you can hear it nice and smooth set up on your side, but it's not projecting through the
yeah,
speakers.
I just
Mm-hmm.
got to
yeah.
figure it out a bit. So
You have to find a way to where your main outputs is coming through your interface, and
yeah,
your instruments and your mic and everything is attached to your interface, so everything is coming from well, it's coming from the input to and coming out of your interface.
yeah,
Because now you're using your interface as an output. You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah.
I'm trying to figure a way to do that as well with mine because I'm end up getting one of those those mic stands for the desk and stuff, and I got a Perception 220 and 120 that I can just use for for this and for for this and for streams and stuff.
Yeah.
But I know I'm gonna have to find a way to route all that through my interface as well. So
Yeah. I mean, it can be done. OBS is a really cool one, but like, I mean, I wish StreamYard had a bit more like, you could tweak it a little bit more in the settings. There's not much going down.
yeah,
But so yeah, but yeah, shit. I'm learning. I'm getting there too. Like just learning by using it, trial and error.
right.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
that's what I be looking at. Cause I be looking like originality is a mean set on me. You feel me? Like I don't went over industry beats and everything that's orchestrated, but it just got to be like it just got to be that natural, intuitive, and the way I feel the production on my side. You know,
yeah,
Right.
I did a track. I did a few tracks and stuff years ago. You feel me? But this was when I was in the midst of the world. You know, out there ripping, running streets, this, that, and the third.
right.
Not in the right state of mind. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
and on that promotion of sort. You know,
Yeah, man. But
at the same time, at the same time in that format, I was sliding stuff in there that was on some intellectual stuff. You know how you go back in your scripts and check what you was saying, and the shit embedded to the modern times. You feel me? Like damn,
Right.
like how I'm talking about today, back then type shit or whatnot. And then we ain't getting those frequencies coming through that y'all trying to put out there for the people as well as myself. You know.
Right.
yeah,
Man, I've learned throughout this road of music, man, regardless of your content and that's always that road was a part of you, you know what I'm saying? So it's good that you have stuff that you can go back and you can brush up on and regardless if it was intellectual or it was for the streets or it's for this, you know what I'm saying? I've learned to like embrace that and learn to even express that within my tracks because when I first started writing and stuff, man, because I'm a happy go person, so I started like my format off like club joints, anthems,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't really fall. Me being from New York, I didn't really tap into the hip hop part side of it, because I was just so on a positive note. But then growing up and falling into love and having those aspects in it too, I used to be scared to express myself and be vulnerable within those tracks as
Mm-hmm.
well. And man, it's just a wonderful thing when you can share like your dark parts. You can share, the parts when you mad or you stressed out, and you can just, express it on track. And it's just
Mm-hmm.
wonderful, man.
Hell yeah. It's like the therapeutic value
Hmm.
in the release, and that's what I come into, like express yourself, and that's what I learned through the various artists that I was into. It's just it's your expression is who you are. You can't get away from your
Yeah.
face, and it's others that resonate.
that's exactly right. Because I mean, and I say think that a lot. Because like, if you're not projecting it and you're not feeling it yourself, right? Like it's in that sense of being in the zone and feeling the flow and feeling the funk. How is anybody else going to in the audience?
Yeah,
You know?
like
Facts.
the sincerity in your sound. They hear the the
Hmm.
Yeah,
genuine expressions versus the hypocrisy of promoting what you ain't doing.
that's right. Because and that makes me think of that exact same thing. Because like there's the authenticity of that,
or with Rather, you could just get up there and kick a really loud bass drum, boom, 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 and do this twerking nowadays with a little bit of
Mm-hmm.
this, and look the part. And people who aren't really aware of the shit just do it because everybody else is jumping around.
hmm
Yeah.
it's not an art form no more, you know. So it's like it's hard to feel that genuine feeling because now it's just coming. Oh, I'm gonna put this and this together rather than really expressing your vulnerable side, so people can catch that aspect and feel your pain or or feel that experience that you're sharing.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like I mean, because that's right. I think that a lot too, because like before when hip hop actually began, like and how they oppose it, it was all about originality. If you, but it was about being your style, telling your truth. You had to live your part, play your part. Wasn't all about the materialistic. And if you were to be another artist, taking doing someone else's style, that was totally whack. Like you had to be really original and not and come up with these things. Now it's all about the same sound. Like you got to, if you like it's about, I got the drip, I got the bitches,
Mm-hmm.
drip drinking the lean, I've got the look, I'm that, and it's all really detrimental shit, kind of stuff. And then so and it's all that same sound. So if you ain't doing that, you're not popping. So, but in the sense that you're saying the vulnerability and
What
doing
they
the drugs and shit, they still got that emo sense of thing, but that's also a really fatty type look thing because it, like, cause they're all tatted in their face, going, "I'm taking drugs, oh, da 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 dee,
Uh,
da," or whatever, like, and
that's because they took the word copy
look at it.
and they gave you a new term. It's not new, but they gave you a new term for copy, and basically that's inspired. They say
Mm.
it's inspired. Oh my God, who are you inspired by? Go to the people you're inspired so you can copy them, so you
yeah,
can be inspired by. No, I'm sorry.
right,
When I hop right in front of a keyboard, I don't think about a rapper. I don't think about a sound. I think about what am I about to express?
yeah, brother,
My
Yeah.
feeling at that moment. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
I could start freestyle, or I could just start with a genre or anything. But at the same time, like I'm not going off any other bullshit. Like it's straight natural. Every beat I do is straight
Mhm.
natural, bro. I
right,
hate samples to the point where it's the same song. Like if you're gonna do a sample, turn that sample into something else.
yeah,
Cool to have some similarities of it, but turn it into your work. You know what I'm saying? That's the true inspiration that's coming from it when you can make something that where you could take something that was and you can switch it into something totally different. I think that would be more inspirational rather than taking aspects, from this or that and then adding into whatever production that you're doing. It's like, are you really doing your production or you're copying? you know?
right. To a lot
Yeah.
of samples which are just like a piece of orchestral music looped
Yeah.
over this small part, and then all they do is kick a fat bass kick drum and a snare,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and that makes it hip hop. But in that sort of sense, I have heard Professor Griff, because you know how like a lot of people they got in trouble for copyright sampling and stuff
Yeah.
back
Yeah.
in the day, but
Mhm.
he would be like, some of the songs they used about five or six, seven different samples, but they twisted one or two of them in such a way that he was like, I dare them to try and because they
Mhm.
were able to put some, it didn't sound anything like, and especially back then too, because effects and stuff is so easy now. It's like
Mhm.
they
Mhm.
had to really do a lot of different manipulation, and they didn't have as much capability. But still, now, I mean, and I'm like that too. Like when that music sense, like I didn't really get. I mean, I'm not against it, but my production has always been just original. I make um, every sound from the kick to the snare to the bass to the melodies, and the chord, and like it's all just me with the MIDI still MIDI
Right.
sounds.
I even have to tweak my sounds and everything just because the regular sound, it sounds cool and all, but just adding a whole different texture or layer,
Right
just,
off.
adds that much timbre, to the track and gives that much, essence.
Emphasis.
Like I'll take a pad and I'll throw like a meta filter or a meta flanger on it, and give it a whole different aspect. You see what I'm saying? Rather than just that natural just sound. So it's like even those sounds that I'm using, I tweak it down to the T.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Down to the T. Like so it's like you think I'm using a bell, yeah, but my bells that I use is not gonna sound like every other bell out there because I'm gonna tweak it in some type of way.
Yeah, and I guess which now has been really, it's weird. I mean, I guess the live music is also gone, but nowadays that is not the kind of done thing. They want that uh, hot set, not hot, but commonly used sound, that
Yeah.
recognizable sound. They want that one,
hmm
you know.
I hate it because it's like being a person that composed, you probably use that sound maybe like 4 times and you be over that shit. But it's like the general public
Yeah,
like, oh no, I want to hear that shit in a whole different beat. And we like, nigga, we use that shit like that like 7 different times. We're over it right now.
that clap or some shit.
Sound.
Yeah, the hi hat.
Yeah, that's why layering became such a big thing because a lot of the claps and the snares and the hi-hats and stuff was just oversaturated with the same sample. So they had to like layer it and add some, timbre
Yeah.
to it,
Yep.
give it a whole different feel or
Feel
sound.
of it. Yep,
Or,
that's right.
add some aesthetic to it, which is amazing, and then they came out with the whole side chaining and stuff, which
Yeah.
is fucking dope. Because now you can put two subs, you can put a sub and a bass together, and a lead, and all that shit could be low end. And it drives the fuck out of your track. Like,
Yep.
Put that
I
emphasis.
think, like, yeah, that's right. The new effects, like, I think, what the next sort of step. Obviously, it's not going to be the new phase, but you will recognize it soon. That like
mm,
that you'll see because you in the way that how hi hats progressed of how they used to be just of the 1/8.
yup,
Now they're the and then they
yup,
went
the
the
16,
they did
the triplets,
those things right. Yep. So
yup.
now I think that bass lines will evolve into that. You'll be hearing not boom, boom, boom. It'll be more, but like in the you
Mhm.
like just more
Yeah,
complicated. Yeah.
and
Now even like
thank
how thing
yeah.
that reggae tone has come into that offbeat drill type beat or the
Mhm.
dancehall beat. But
Different
anyway, keep going, bro.
genres.
Right, and they're doing the same thing with the kicks now too. So the kicks now is not being just more like a boom, boom, clap or something. So now they're adding, their 16ths and their triplets in it as well, which is adding a
Yeah,
whole other aspect too.
Mhm.
right. And that's exactly because of that fact we were talking about before that we that people got sick of hearing those sound like all the producers got sick of hearing the clap 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 over. So then they thought, all right, what's it gonna sound like with it fitting in this particular spot? Well, I guess as in a lot of producers do it with the on a pretty piano roll too. So they're looking at it graphically, so they go, "Oh shit!
Mhm.
I'll just put it in the next square, see what it sounds like."
Yeah,
And then it's just gone with that.
that's
In a
right.
way,
But
like
it's like the advances in the technology to EQ. You see,
uh, yeah,
to be able to visually see it.
yeah,
That's
Yeah,
that's yeah,
that makes it more
and
potent for you to.
and that's the good thing about a lot of the mixers that's starting to come out. Well, this generation mixers, because like starting like even like the ProSonus mixers, like now they have the visual graphic they have the visual graphic EQ that sits right there on the mixer itself, so you can actually do you can do your mixing as well, but you can still graphically see the EQ on the mixer as well, which is so fucking dope.
Wow.
That's
And I was just like, okay, so ProSonus is doing this shit, and ProSonus is not like the top of the gear, so come on, SSL, like you're the
PreSonus is
leader.
pretty good.
You're the
PreSonus is
leader of
pretty good, bro.
yeah, ProSonus is good, but it's like you got SSL, which is like the leader of analog of analog mixers, and it's like, come on, you have a graphic compressor on there, but come on, add a graphic EQ in there as well, like
Yeah. That's on the
That's-
mixer or an interface, like, or it's one of the.
on the mixer
It's on a
itself.
mixer. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Wow. Cool. That's good, man.
I actually just saw that maybe like a week or two ago. When I'm always
But
jumping inside of music stores and playing
that's
on
cool,
keyboard.
and it's like, I mean, it makes it easy and user friendly, because in the same sense, I've heard that, because it is all about frequencies and just um, tweaking them and raising them, boosting them, whatnot. So if you do know that theory or can do it by, you know what I'm saying? I've just seen it done before, how they do it with the old hardware consoles or with the 3-band manipulators, like
Yeah.
knobs. So if you just sit there and do it, it's a lot. Yeah, it is a lot harder, because sometimes some of the programs, they don't read it in the they obviously give you a general idea, like, and it is specific, but it's just different techniques, and
that's
like
all it is.
it's becoming very easy not easy, but just like I don't know, like, I mean, just in the sense that,
coming
like,
easy. It's coming easy. They just making it easier
well,
year
mate,
by year by year by year by year.
and that's digital. Like, I mean, because this shit hasn't changed too. Because we're in the university thing. They're like, since 1983. I can't remember the guy. Oh fuck! It was like a real famous dude. He's like, the guy you see, Ted Turner. Is it? You on CNN? No, or maybe not. One of these motherfuckers, right? They made the same standard. Well, they made MIDI, and so we're still running off the same standard. Like, everything is still the same from back then. So slightly, though, obviously there will be new upgrades, but the way that everything is set and how it's all compatible with each other, well, they're still running off 1983 technology and shit. But like how I was going to say before, like with music, how live instrumental and bands, how you would have seen all the European folk, they never listened to rap or nothing like this shit at all. It was like, when it came out, people were just, this is a fad, it's going nowhere with nothing. So hip hop took over, and then now the people who were born in since 2010, that's all they've seen and shit, and that's all they want to do. So it's just like, and it's only going to get bigger too, because the internet and digital realm is just huge. So yeah, like,
yeah, I mean, I like the fact that we're moving from this fucking bullshit ass USB, even though USB is still prominent,
yeah,
with most of the MIDI and stuff that's going on. But I like
yeah.
the
See,
fact
that's
that
what I'm talking. Yeah,
I like the fact that things move to the FireWire or Thunderbolt, because it's a better connectivity and everything. So
yeah,
things with that is going well. I just think now, even the lower companies, I think they need to start integrating from the USB to FireWire. For the USB, I try to stay away from USB as much as I can.
Yeah.
To be honest,
Oh well, it's the I mean, in the end, like, it's still. I suppose I see what you're saying. There is higher bit rate and stuff like that, but when it comes, and you do want the better quality at the beginning, gives you. But a lot of times, the sound that people are gonna hear out, like, because you might even lose all that shit, like, because people listen to their music on phones and um, just their headphones too, like, I mean, like phone speakers, laptops, and then speakers and headphones and stuff. So it ain't, and it's also at
MP3 really low ratio and shit, so that
Right.
all that sound is lost. But like,
That's why I like doing everything like analog because analog is universal. And now what they're trying to do with digital is trying to make digital universal. But the thing is, digital is never going to accomplish that analog sound. You can get close to it, yeah, but you're never going to get really that you're not going to get that full analog sound. You know, that's the only reason why I have that, you know, that whole little thing. Like I'm trying to stay away from USB. So more of the connection can be more analog than digital,
yeah,
you know. But I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, it's all really about what you can accomplish. And I mean, I'm pretty sure we've all seen things accomplished from USB to, you know, the Thunderbolt FireWire, you know, that still came out, you know, pretty dope, you know. So it's all really about, you know, it's more like about, you know, your knowledge. Some is more of like, you know, the equipment you use, but man, with great minds, you know, you can do a lot with a little.
oh shit, we got another brother. The Corona outbreak.
The bro.
Nah, let's see where we go. I mean, he might have been in there for a little bit. He might have sent it a while ago. Yeah.
He probably stepped away. He gonna come
Yeah,
back.
he'll be back.
I know them sneakers from anywhere.
That's dope. Yeah, peace to Squid, man. Peace to everybody in here, man. Just do a little bit. We're going from everywhere, which way to which way, man. I started off like just being impromptu from seeing what Drop did before, telling this story, man. Everybody should go watch it because it just amazed me finding out what it was and like.
Oh shit!
Like
What's good with y'all?
What's good, God? My
Shit.
brother, what's
Yeah,
good?
I changed my name to Corona Outbreak. I gotta prepare.
Bro, we saw that. I already knew it was you by the shoes.
Maybe this guy's hey, wait a minute. This nigga's infected, man. I gotta get him out of here. He's infected, yo. He's sick, brother. We'll catch his shit, man.
Don't be coming over here giving us that shit, bro.
Hey, but yeah.
Nah, just joking, man. Peace, brother.
Good with y'all though, man.
Chilling, man.
Oh, we are surviving.
You peace, good body, man.
Corona free.
Easy. Had to go take to the little G right quick.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Man.
But
that was a great ass build yesterday too, guys, man. Thank y'all for sliding through Sunray. Yeah, Chris, I'm mad at you, bro.
Solid.
Yeah. I'm just fucking with you though, bro.
Nah, bro, you do solid builds. Like you've been doing them every day. Good.
I didn't even know you had another build, bro.
Hey, that's it. He's over here, and Chris is over here. And,
right.
Yo, what's up, man?
Yo, I didn't even know you went on live again. I was on Huey P channel last night.
I actually I seen him go live, so I had ended mine, but I really just wanted to say shout out to Brother Cook and Nuna, because they basically allowed me to just like interrogate them and get into their minds and things, and like I mean nothing Cook said was kind of like off the wall or anything, or Nuna, but they actually let me pick their brain about the shit they be believing in and things like that. So it was a good ass stream, man.
Yeah, I was saying thing about like last night on Huey shit. I was picking his brain too.
in the interviewer shit, boy.
Yeah. You know, I love questions, man. I gotta ask questions.
Yeah.
That's how you inform yourself, man. You ask questions to be informed, man.
Yes, sir.
A lot of people
I definitely don't want to be like lost or like halfway going into shit. So if I if I'm trying to take something from you, I'm definitely gonna pick your brain because I know it's more in there. And like, no, hey, what's so crazy is that I brought up Aleister Crowley and all the wicked shit he did. So Nunif was like, we shouldn't look at what the person do on their own time. We should look at their values and things that they treat, how they treat each other. And like, I don't know who ate him up when he said that, but somebody somebody disagreed with that shit. Like, nah, bro.
I disagree with that shit too. Because if your doctrine go according to your values and your doctrine say some evil shit, then nigga, you an evil ass motherfucker.
No, but shit, I really like. I just wanted to say I really fuck with Noom because I don't want to make it seem like I'm just going at his beliefs or anything, and I'm glad he shared that shit with us too at the same time. Because
Have you heard Brother Panic, bro?
No.
Oh, check him out, man, Brother Panic, right? Because he's goes a lot of he's on that occult. Bobby Hemmett, right?
Hemmett.
Do he expose them or do he teach us about it?
Say what?
Do he expose them or do he teach us about what?
Oh, I'm just saying, like, because I think what Nunes goes on about is really like basically on their sort of teaching, man. Same side, right?
Yeah.
So
Brother Panic teaches it.
Take from it.
Brother Panic teaches it, and Brother Hemmett he kind of he teaches it and kind of break it down as well. But he break it down. Bobby Hemmett break it down deeper than Panic. So basically, you would basically say Panic is kind of like a student of him.
And because they came from a different time, right? Like, but like I mean, they were like Bobby Hemmett was doing lectures and shit before the internet, and with the he was like taking notes and VHS and stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure this is what I've heard from what I've seen, and that Bro Panic was going to those lectures amongst other peoples and stuff, and they were good friends. And he did tell him, look, this is the new wave. Internet is the way to go. And Bobby Hemmett was like, nah, man, I don't want to give my information out. What I've done, that's what I've done. I'm keeping what I'll keep. And then, but Bro Panic was like, yeah, I'm just going to get out. And like, because actually he does it because it's the same thing. It's about for you to go and, it's not about doing what some other motherfucker did. You got to find your own way through it. So, and you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
All the magic shit. Like, I feel like I'm a new age baby, so I'm one of them people. Like, if I see it, I believe it. You see? So just show me. I don't want to hear you keep talking about it. I don't like. I'd be like, I don't want none of that spooky dookie
but
shit.
It's different for everybody too. I think at the same time, there's different things that I think it's like, hey, see it to believe it. All right, I could put a cup of water in the freezer and then it'll freeze, right? To see that, believe that. But in another sense, but like, you know what I mean? Not everybody could conceive it at the same way.
But like, I definitely get you. But if we're using the same spell, it should work the same way. Or if we're using the same ritual, it should have the same base or foundation to it should apply to everybody. You see what I'm saying? So,
both of y'all right.
I definitely agree with you.
Both of y'all right. How about that?
So it ain't that I ain't saying this week or nothing. But what I'm saying is, if you're gonna do it, show me how to do it so I can carry it out if it actually works. Like, I ain't saying like whether it's devil or anything, but I need to see it.
Bobby Hemmett do that. He actually give you some rituals and stuff that you could actually do.
And what's so crazy, I didn't read Bobby Hemmett, but I read Phil Valentine all the time.
Right. Bobby Hemmett I got this one healing spell from Bobby Hemmett that actually worked. It worked in my favor. And I had it probably had to do with as well with me and my meditation and with the crystals and energies and stuff that I have going on here, because like I have like so many crystals and stuff I work with. Like I had like a whole like bag of like angelite crystals. Angelite is basically for hearing, clearing your mind, clearing your thoughts and all that. And using crystals as well, to to help you magnify the spell actually works as well, because these are crystals that are living, living energies, living, so you can
Yeah,
use
bro.
it as well.
Yeah, I got a couple, and it's crazy. Like I don't even know what they for, how to use them, or anything. I got a couple.
Bro, just look them up. You just look them up, figure out the properties, and work with them. Like I have some that I carry throughout the day. I have some, that I feel like if I'm gonna have a bad day, I know to wear that. If I know I'm gonna be around some falsely bullshit, then I know to throw my tiger eye on to keep me around some really realizing my reality type thing to keep me grounded, or my black onyx. See what I'm saying?
Definitely. And what's so crazy is like I was wondering, why don't nobody teach like the power of the mind? Like say if like when you sick or you catch a cold, like if your mind, say your mind weak, like say you think you're not about to beat the cold and shit, you will actually get sicker instead of getting well. But if you say like, if you actually put yourself in that position, like fuck this shit, I'm finna beat it, you actually like put a jump start to your health system where it's like the mind is actually working in tune with your health.
Yep.
So I'm like, man, somebody need to, because to me, I look at that shit like magic. Like, so somebody need to definitely go in on that shit one day, man.
Yeah.
What's not really magic is like, oh well, okay, here we go. Check this, because I'm just thinking of you, right? You're thinking, I was reading before. This is like this book, right? The D textbook, and it's like the stuff that you've sort of what you learned and what you learned in school and known about before. It's like kind of not as in the same way as as you think about it, right? Well, it breaks it down. It breaks it like it's got like here different chapters, right? And I was doing U.S. history before, but the first one here is like I was going to ask you which one you want, but it's like health and anatomy, right? We'll do a little example of this shit, right? Chapter 1, if I can get to it. Fucking, and then there's health and nutrition and shit. But where is it?
So what would you call it if? Okay, what word would you use for that if you don't have to work out and you can sit there and meditate, and I go out there and work out, and you meditating, you still can get 30% of what I gained from me just working out, and you sat there and used your mind and you didn't lift a weight.
Yeah.
Mind
So
power,
what word would
right? Yeah. All right, I'll do this one. Right, if you can see it. Anyway, it'll take like probably 3 minutes, right? So how they do it? They got it. The truth, right? This is what a myth. Blood comes in 2 colors, red, and even more than red.
So that blue shit fake. I heard people were saying it's blue before it hit oxygen.
Yeah, and so you probably know about this one, right then? So deoxygenated blood isn't blue. Those veins we asked every white person to look at aren't so blue. Also aren't blue. The veins and the blood they carry. That's the truth. Fuck, I just fucked that up. I just fucked
He gave
that
me
up
the
real
truth.
bad.
Yeah, nah. But
As opposed, I fucked that up real hard. As opposed to oxygenated blood.
All it is building energy and transferring that to a portion of your body. That's just like what basically how they explain is like your chi. That chi energy is it's like an energy that you build. You can build it through breathing exercise. You can do a breathing exercise, and you can build this chi energy on the top of your spine. And when that energy starts to build, you start to feel this hot energy start to build up on the top of your spine. At that point, you've built that energy. Now, when you focus where you want that energy to go, that's the transferring part. You can transfer that energy to go to anywhere, and you can basically have that energy do what you need it to do. Either is heal, add some heat, cool it down, do whatever. And this is proven fact. I've even done it. I've done that shit when I had a toothache before, like literally, like literally, and that shit. Cool.
We on that thin line of pseudo, or that part is actually true though. You see what I'm saying?
This
People
is
are looking
actually
pseudo, wait, like what? But no, this shit really works.
Yeah.
Check this.
This is
page 1 of your thing, right? The 5 senses. I fucked it up, right? So how I do it. They break it down. The 5 senses, the myth. You perceive the world around you with 5 senses. When someone says they have a 6th sense, it means they are a crazy person. Believing they are more than 5 senses is for television and physics and some bullshit. But the truth, the 5 senses you're familiar with aren't even the most important ones. Right? For instance, think about your sense of time, the inner clock that tells you how long something is taking. Don't you think you have a clock ticking away inside your brain? Try starting a white wall in a totally silent room. Your sense of time is what tells you how much your life has been wasted because you doubted us. If you're walking in the woods and a bear growls in the bushes over your left shoulder, the sound hits your left ear in a millionth of a second before your right. Your sense of time picks up on that tiny difference and allows you to perfectly triangulate the bear's location. If you had only 5 senses, you'd have to use your eyes to locate the bear. By then it would be too late. A blur of brown fur would be the last thing you ever saw. You see what I'm saying? So, and another one is like your tongue has the specialized zones, right? See how they say you taste salt, bitter, sour, salty, and sweet in certain places. They say that. Have you heard of that? Yeah, but they're saying that the truth is it's like
But one sense they not gonna give us, bro, is the sense that I don't know what this sense is, but like I don't know if it come from being raised around gunfire or just shiesty motherfuckers, but you get a feeling when something ain't right. I don't know what to call that shit, but
intuition. Intuition. And I always say follow your intuition, bro. Look inside yourself, find your path, and follow that direction.
And what we called it, what Rash explained on your thing, Chris, yesterday when he said, like when the energy's so good in the build, it's in like the spine tingle. I don't know how to explain that one either, man. And it's actually feel like I can feel energy coming off my shoulders. Like it's crazy. I don't even know how to explain it.
That's kind of like, that's kind of like one of those either those
like a euphoria energy.
Kind of one of those like aha moments, or kind of like I resonate with that.
Yeah, man, definitely.
So what? You're talking about the like goosebumps and shit, spine tingling.
Yeah.
So I guess that's both though. That's also a chemical reaction with inside our brain. That's got some science.
Yeah.
Some
damn, son, Ray, you got that knowledge over there. What other books you got, bro?
Oh man, it's all up here, man.
Like, is that anatomy book you got though?
Where?
In your hand, or like what is that? Like a health book you was reading from?
Nah, like it was just this book it's like it takes a crack at shit. It's called like all the stuff that you thought you knew you don't know. Here we go. The stuff you didn't know about the stuff you thought you knew. The D textbook. But I don't read much. Like But yeah, like into hip hop, I got a lot of sort of knowledge, life experience, bro.
The only way
Like,
I'm gonna read, bro, if this is information we never was like privy to, like it's like like this big ad, like this
I,
new technology coming out with and shit. I read on that shit and like I don't know why, but I
but
probably
I
shouldn't.
don't
But I read
think in the same
like
sense. Like, I don't think like I mean, you're saying you're like I mean, I get that, but like how you're saying from the younger generation and stuff. But even I'm like fucking
yeah,
34, so it's not that. I was like born in the 80s, yeah, so like
right.
mid 80s, 86, and it's like, um, the
Fuck my charger up, bro.
how like we're gonna say like now I don't think you can find the answer like for everything.
Nah,
So
nah,
like
yeah, nah,
like
right.
it's summed up in one like sentence, let alone one stream. Like or like what I mean. Like, and everybody's all different. Like, so how people really want to just find the answer, the cure like that. Like it doesn't happen like that, man. You
I don't
know?
know why, but a lot of movies be making me go look for knowledge and shit because they kind of put it in our face, but put it into like secret, like such as if you watch movies right back then, they used to show us force fields, and then like my brother in the army, and I asked him about force fields, is they making that and shit like that? And he told me, yeah. I'm like, this shit that I didn't think I could like, you could actually do, like when you're looking at it on a movie and shit, but like. I'm like, damn, I guess it might be actually true. So I'm gonna start looking that shit up too, man.
Yeah, I'd definitely say that's straight. Like what you see in a few things, like there's definitely secrets behind it. But if you dwell into that, then you might get lost in the zone, man. And they're also trying to spread out propagandic forces, man, which
Yeah,
you might get fucked up with. But also if you have the knowledge to read between those lines, see it, and then move in the best way for is what's best for you, man, and the ones that are with you, bro. You know,
Right.
like it's fact, man. Like fuck, if
right.
someone
You
ain't
know,
respecting you and shit, don't take. You got to treat yourself with the respect, I guess. The most sense. Because
yeah, I'm about to head
what
out.
they look at is they'll just treat you in the same way, but some people are advantageous and shit, and you take advantage of people and shit. Like I guess when I was young, I did the same sort of shit, in doing that hustle shit, man. Like, and I still do it, but I do it for the right reason, man.
Yeah,
Like happy
Yeah,
customer base and quality things. It's like everyone's all good, man. Not just for the fucking you're gonna destroy someone's life, man. And only her,
So,
only her.
y'all
so
fellas
you,
be easy, man. I'm about to head out.
all
All
right,
right,
bro.
brother.
all right, peace easy.
Peace to you, bro.
Thanks for dropping through, man. We'll see you soon. Talk soon,
No
dude.
problem, man. Thanks for
I
having
hope,
me, man. Peace to everybody
man.
out in the chat. Y'all have a great day.
Yeah, we
Motherfucker.
good now,
S-
man.
Somebody said only deal to functioning addicts.
I
No,
gotta
I
be.
didn't say that. I didn't say that.
And no, he brought it. He brought it to a realistic standpoint because that's what's so crazy is
I
that
said
like
only her, only
no, no, no,
her.
look, I'm gonna piggyback off what he said though. Like, so when I first got put on to marijuana and shit, like my uncle, like I wouldn't say he a millionaire, but he's in the six figures. I would say the nigga smoke weed all the time. When he found out I smoked weed at like the age of 16, he took me in his basement, right? And he was just like, he was like, yeah, I heard you like to get chimney high and shit, huh? Yeah, you the smoker of the family now, huh? I'm like, I was just
Wow.
looking like looking stuck and shit. But what he broke down to me, he was like, there are functional addicts, but I don't like to use the word addict, but y'all know what I mean. But he was saying like he was basically like if you able to do your vices, if they're not bad vices to you, make sure you make that last, but make sure you put your family first and you getting your money first and shit like that. But I definitely get what he said because I know a lot of fucks you drug addicts.
Yeah, no, it's cause he said, I did my little whoop de whoop selling, but he said only if you doing it for the right reason. Motherfucker, we're selling drugs is doing it for the right reasons, man. But like you said, when you got functioning addicts, it's certain things, like you said with the vices.
Yeah.
That comes with
Yeah.
all of
And
it.
it depends on if it's that the drug addict word out. It's so like
It's just
it's so
that term is
yeah.
so
Yes,
degrading.
that's right,
It's so
bro.
degrading.
And
You know,
it's
you don't
not
want
a,
to say that
And that will make
to
the conversation funny. Yo. Yeah, like,
oh man,
yeah,
it's a serious shit, bro. I mean, and,
yeah,
like
I just
like
call them junkies. Shit,
yeah, but then shit, bro. You'd be like,
it depends on what we selling first. So if we just selling marijuana,
yeah, that's
like
what I'm saying. How like
yeah.
with
if it's
that's what I
other
was
than
getting at in
marijuana,
my head because I've been through a lot of history, man, and I've done a lot
I
of
mean,
like a lot of whatever, and I went overseas at a point because the chemical things were like, you know, that kills people slowly, man. Like you don't even know about it. Like not even just themselves, their families, and like
mhm.
literally destroys these motherfuckers, bro.
And then like
Hmm.
you
Like
not yourself
you
no
know,
more either.
that's
Like
right.
so
Yep.
So like
a chemical
yeah.
makeup of your brain for real, for real.
Hmm.
So that I mean, and I don't know. It's fucking weird. Like but alcohol is the same sort of thing, man. It can really fuck you up hard as fuck, man. But no, see, actually the same way. If they abuse it, anything, man, it's like when as your uncle said, bro, like you know, if you're not, if you're paying your bills first and shit, like if if that thing is the first thing you got to do when you wake up or whatnot, and it's controlling you and hindering your progress, then there's a problem. You need to be
Hmm.
in control of that thing and using it
Yeah.
when you want to. Like
And that's why I try to do
most
shit.
definite.
Like I live stream probably while I'm smoking, or I go work out, smoke, or I go to work, then come home and smoke. I'm always trying to do the shit that's responsible first, and then I chill, kick back, do what I gotta do.
You
And
identify use.
another, like I was thinking, like what I heard when I was younger is that like, and I thought it's true, because you can get alcohol and it can be alcohol can be worse than marijuana for your body, right? And you can go and buy alcohol at the shop, but when you go to have to go and get green, you're going to someone who's selling illicit substances, right? And most likely the guy with the green has also got some white with him as well, or something else. So that's why they kind of say it's a gateway thing, and um, you know, you can
Yeah,
get introduced to it
my mom,
easy. But
my mom
I'm
say
thinking,
that. No,
yeah.
I
So
don't.
like in America, have you guys seen the? Oh, see, like yeah. See, all right. You said that there's no dispensaries in where you're at, but so with the legalization and stuff, is there? Have you seen any difference in that? Like, I
No,
mean, at Rash, have you got dispensaries where you're at?
I
Or are you gone for a sec?
he gone for a second. I got dispensaries around me, but the prices is like it's
Yeah, see,
dumb. At,
that's because
it's like
that's
4 times.
strange, bro. You'd be like, I mean, as aware, the black market is still gonna exist, right? Always, because over here we don't have it any legalized,
Damn.
No.
like decriminalized, yes, but it's I'd say it's like you know, it's part of every culture, bro. It's dumb, and it has been for centuries. These narcotic products and shit. It's only just lately that the sort of the stigma and discriminations every like not lately, but in the say last 100 years, that the discrimination of it, like people think is bad because it used to be available to everybody and stuff, and people used to use it. The effects were known, but it was just what society was like, you know, in terms of opium and cocaine and snuff and things like this and that. They were doing all that bullshit, like the Queen, it was a high class sort of shit,
Oh yeah.
you know. So, but I'm thinking that how the Western world, like Australia, United Kingdom, Europe,
Yeah.
America, first world countries, they require this fucking narcotic drug trade, man. There's so much money involved in it. They say they're trying to stop it and all that shit, but I mean, I don't think so, because in Australia, if the police really wanted to stop it, they've got an island, right? So, and they got all the money, they got all the shit, they've got everything. But so how can the stuff? Because we can't grow as this much heroin in the place. We can't you know, the amphetamines and stuff have to come from somewhere else, the ephedra and all these things, the sassafras, and like, so all these products comes in, and this is not, I think it's a requirement, man, and the state where I'm at, that it's like a narco state, you know, it's like, because it's fucking weird, man. This is how I describe it and how I've seen it. Like, most definitely. In America, you've probably got something similar, same, man. Like, some of the places are heavily, like, the higher percentage of the population is involved with it, like it uses it or is involved with it somehow. In some places are really clean.
It's like, man, I don't even want to go conspiracy, but this shit true as hell. So, like, I was on another guy stream yesterday, and the question was like, is population control real? And if it is, you gotta provide the source of which way it is. And when the CIA let all that that cocaine, I say, or into America and let it in freely, like with no problem into the black communities, that was a good source for like population control for real. Cause like it ain't no way around it for the CIA to say whatever they want to say. Like it's been proven fact that they just let this shit into our community.
Yeah.
So
that
shit.
Yeah, and they use like look that Freeway Ross as the scapegoat, and then Peter North. I don't even know what they're doing, but they're still on television now, right? Those people. Yeah. See, that's crazy.
And
Those
it's
people
another
should have
dude, but
been.
I forgot his last name is Dan Blaine though. It was a dude that free Ricky Ross. He had told about he had told about a guy who the CIA
Vanilla
was.
Dublin. Yeah.
Yeah,
Vanilla.
yeah. So he said the CIA was letting that man bring all that shit in, like,
Huh.
and dude, I think it was either before Rick Ross or Rick Ross would get it from him. Like,
Yeah, he was the guy who told on him, bro.
yeah.
Yeah. But
But yeah,
and
that
then
shit
there
crazy.
was the but then I don't know. Yeah, it's just like I don't think it's I think it's just part and parcel, brother. Just growing up, the more you see, I just do think it is, man. Like you think everybody's is nice, and they're about doing the right thing, but there's too many. It's just a wicked place, man. And you could do the right thing and don't be involved in that environment, man. Like that's right. Stay away because there is only one result, which is like permanent injury, death, jail, or like addiction or something. So
I ain't gonna lie, that's why I'd be like, damn, it
Right.
used to be hard for my ancestors because like it wasn't as many jobs as it is now. It still ain't a lot of jobs, but it wasn't as many now as it was back then. So they kind of had to sell that shit that was coming in their community,
right.
like to make up money and provide for their family. So
I mean, isn't that what a
Right.
lot of the people say in the developing countries now? Like in Burma, they're growing the opium. In Bolivia, they're growing the coke. I mean, they're just farming the leaves and getting dirt rate shit. They're getting $10 pesos. I mean, 10 pesos for something worth like, $200,000 US by the end of it. But there's a process to it. But and I don't know. They just could do what they do. I don't know. Maybe like drugs not too good.
yeah, that shit crazy.
Um, I do some check this shit, bro. I'll read one more of these things because I think I don't. It's wicked. Like you probably like it, man.
That joint's solid right there, cause it's expressing unknown certain things, like how you just went over those senses, man. There be instances, you be on the trail and then you just dodge things and whatnot.
You'll fuck
Something.
around on that trail and come up on the sense and you ain't know what motherfucker had.
Yeah, cause like when he was expressing it, it's like when I be walking at times, you just walking and sometimes a tree branch be low or a bush be sticking out about to smack your ass, and then in that very instance you about to smack it, you able to maneuver and get away from
Yeah.
it, or like a gut feeling type thing. You don't know where that come from. You question it, and most times you need to be reacting off of it. Like the unknowns, you should be more interactive with the unknown experiences, especially when it comes to energy charges and stuff like that, enhancing your senses and your abilities. You find out things work when you utilize them.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the only way you find out. Putting it into action. You don't want to be putting that devious stuff into action when it comes to it. I feel what cats be saying, like if the mystics of certain powers and stuff that be are there, the utilization of it for good versus the hearing of it being utilized for evil majority of the times.
Yeah.
But that book right there is something else.
Yeah. I'll do one say, do you want to hear like civil? This is one. This is what this chapter is about. U.S. history, right? So you want to hear the Civil War one, or I know I could just read it, but like I'll give you, it's better. Fucking uh, someone I read,
It
That's
don't matter.
cool.
Just
or the
let me know.
Boston Tea
Let me know
Party,
the topic.
the
Oh
Boston
yeah.
the Boston Massacre, the Boston one, or fucking
Hey, that Boston Massacre, that
Civil War,
shit. What the
Civil
fuck?
War,
What the
Boston
fuck
Massacre.
they think? Like,
All right, I'll read that.
they done
I'll
TV
read
into
that,
the
bro.
damn shit. Go
Um,
ahead.
the myth. Okay, the Boston Massacre was a masterful piece of propaganda. The myth. The Boston Massacre was a slaughter of innocent colonial colonists by British soldiers, sparking the outrage of a nation. The truth. The outrage was the result not of not of the incident, but of a carefully orchestrated propaganda campaign. Paul Revere gets most of his street cred from his famous Midnight Ride, but he had an equally crucial role in one of the most important propaganda tools of the American Revolution, an engraving called the Bloody Massacre. If you were ever issued a textbook in American public school, you've seen this. It's a figure 6.17, which is just this thing here. It's like a picture of the war, right?
Yeah.
First of all, Revere was apparently a student of the Thomas Edison School of Engraving, in that he simply took someone else's work and used it as the basis of his own. In this case, he borrowed from a young artist named Henry Pelham and produced the broadsheet that would be a lightning rod for the revolution. Oh, and just about every element of the broadsheet was pulled directly out of either Pelham's or Paul Revere's ass. It is not that the Boston Massacre didn't happen, it totally did, but in reality there were 7 or 8 panicked British soldiers surrounded by a screaming mob of 300 or 400 colonists. Not quite the same as the picture. We were besieged by British soldiers, transformed into a damn firing squad, smirking as they mowed down a small crowd of innocents. And it worked. That picture swept across all the colonies like wildfire. Revere sold the print, pushing it in ads that ran in all of Boston's newspapers. Copies hung in all houses from across the colonies, and the image of a row of British soldiers mowing down a bunch of pedestrians in was burned in the America's memory forever. But hey, that's one little white lie. If it helped America defeat its oppressors and become a nation. And then there goes on to another one. Yeah, and about that. Okay, so I'll put the Revolutionary War, a proud heritage of rich dicks by acting like entitled brats. The myth: America was founded by a band of scrappy farmers who were being oppressed by a bunch of ruthless British generals at the robot armies they commanded. The colonists and our founding fathers from the thumb rose up under the thumb of the powerful, evil, seemingly unstoppable British Empire, and declared in one general, ununited voice, "You're a dick, Great Britain." The truth: the British were more likely permissive parents, overly permissive parents, which us with and mixed with an overmatched substitute teacher who doesn't realize she's left the biggest smartass in charge of class because she doesn't get sarcasm. So there's quite a bit of Great Britain had no idea they were they were the bad guys in America. Bad guys they really never think of as bad guys, but at least they usually have some indication of the perceived. Great Britain had no freaking clue. Benjamin Franklin was the American British go between. He was chosen by Pennsylvania colonial legislature to stand up in front of the crown and let the Great Britain know that the colonists were comfortable and satisfied. If the colonists were sick of paying taxes or anything else, Franklin was expected to send word to the king, and he didn't, because frankly, because Franklin loved the crown. He was an even advocate for the crown to take back Pennsylvania from the Penn family and put it under royal control. So whenever the colonists were furious with the Stamp Act, for example, Franklin never said a word to Great Britain, mostly because he had no idea why the colonists were unhappy. As a jet-setting, self-made, rich and privileged white guy, he was so far removed from the people he was hired to represent that he couldn't even begin to understand their problems. You guys are mad about the Stamp Act. Hell, just pay it and then get your mind off it by taking a trip to France or England. Then invent a bunch of stuff. I call it Franklining. Meanwhile, when all the colonists were fuming and then getting angry and angrier at the oppressive, unfair big brother across the ocean, Great Britain was just hanging out blissfully unaware of the discontent. Da-da. I don't know. Did you guys know that shit? Or did you even like about that Boston thing, the Boston
I know
massacre?
about that shit about with the Boston
I know
Massacre.
that trail. Yeah.
I thought you.
Oh, you knew it? Ah, yeah. See, this is probably old
You
info
just
today.
seen
Everybody knows it.
no, you just seen it. That's like what you taught in the schools, you know, just in the books. Like I was able to get 2 books out of the school before they stopped sending books home. And that's pretty much what all that joint is. Giving that description of the setup of the colonies and the issues with Britain and stuff like that. Then you come to realize through various sources of information the link and the occupancy of the seas and conqueringness of this territory and various territories through massacres and brutal slayings of such form and fashion, you know.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, this book is going. There's a lot of, it's probably on that side. It reads a lot of the anti sort of how everybody the colonials have done this thing, because this is the next one. Like Truman's decision to drop an atomic bomb on Japan wasn't really a decision. The myth Allied victory was a foregone conclusion when America dropped the atomic bomb on Japan. The truth, the alternative was way worse for both sides. Like, which is reality, man. That's true. Like it just kept accentuating. War kept going. Why would you want to try and help people and let people live and be in a community where they all can eat, survive, and be happy? But by the gun, then you're going to go and kill someone for it, but then you're not going to go hold the gun.
you're gonna go shout out, "Oi, we need to. This is outrageous." But then, the politicians never go front line. They've
No,
always got
they
someone
send the
standing in front.
poor.
Them niggas probably couldn't even do 10 push-ups.
Hmm. The poor fought all the wars.
You know.
And I really thought like either them or teachers supposed to be like some of the richest motherfuckers. Like you out here, you risk your life, and then a teacher basically gets you prepared to go out into life. Like before that, or they make you basically so-called, I would say, level up if they teach you the
Mhm.
right shit. But they got me fucked up. I ain't going to no war. If I ain't rich from that shit, I need to be wealthy. Shit.
That's how cats was getting duped into going to war.
Mhm.
Mhm.
But in ancient times, they was them people in the army was getting paid
Oh yeah,
because that's all
but
it
not,
was to do back
but
then.
not what. What if they just was bullying shit too though?
Yeah,
That's getting paid
Can
and
you
bullying.
sharpen my pencil?
Yes, I can.
and it's like you make a better name for yourself in society back then when you like join the army and shit.
Yeah, that's very true. You see, yeah, society had a different idea and all that bullshit, dude.
Yeah,
As an honorable man's required concerns. Yep.
And people were willing to do. They were like, I mean, you still get it today, I guess. People who would want to register and not be of age.
She about to start singing now.
yeah.
She about to open up her performance. That's my little G. She about to go in, man.
Man, it's crazy. He mentioned that old USA history. I ain't read about that shit since probably middle school.
Oh yeah, you should even when you get time hit the beginning of the because I was reading like a few different chapters and
No, that's
like
because that just reminded me
like
everybody say USA is like still attached to Great Britain and all that, and I forgot about I ain't gonna lie, I forgot about the Boston Massacre and shit like that. Like they was really on some bullying shit with them. Like, oh, y'all want to leave us? We finna come over here with y'all, and we finna check y'all temperature. All right, that's crazy though. That's how it really was though.
Yeah,
Like, oh
yeah.
man, and that just shows me it shows me that it's some it's some truth to the Aboriginal and the Paleo Indian Native American story because they was only occupying certain parts, and it was certain parts that the British was trying to take back from their ass, and it was small parts when you got this whole USA like.
yep.
So,
I read one before about it.
and that's just fact.
Similar.
Then there's something called teaming up in secrecy or in a fashion and form under the way where it's unbeknownst to the
But
folks.
do y'all think this true? Once they figured out how to beat Great Britain, it was basically essentially a wrap for anybody else they wanted to conquer, like the USA. Like you know how they only had them 13 colonies. Once they got Great Britain off their ass and they say fuck y'all not our big brother no more, and we got the rest of the USA. Shit, we gonna conquer that shit with ease. We just got y'all.
Yeah,
Like,
because though that was due to the Louisiana sale, right? Because
but
like
who did they burn out
France
from?
had control of the middle section, and they had to send all their arms to Haiti
Yeah.
and shit like that.
Yeah.
So they didn't
Oh,
have
so it
money, and
is.
they were easy to take over. They
It
were
was the
easy to
tip,
take
tip,
over.
tip.
So they was running into shit that it was more like it was other countries that was occupying that shit or essentially.
Yeah,
Damn. It was
And
That's
then
why I
it was
said
busting back then. I
the
wish it was like
government.
that for us though, man.
That's how I look at it when you talk about the USA defeated the British.
Mhm.
I look at it like they got down and Britain made it look like it was a lay down, but they created a bond in the fashion,
Mhm.
yeah,
and I just look at it like just to laymanly break it down to agencies. It was like I just look at the USA became like the motherfucking CIA for Great Britain in a sort of sense. You know, it
Dope.
became a special ops
Hell
and
yeah.
performance and the likes of the things.
Got to remember
Fuck
that time they used to call him Big Brother, so you always call him motherfucking brother.
like Big Bruh, you gonna beat Big Bruh at one fight, you feel me? But y'all still gonna go against everybody else.
That shit crazy,
Give me
man.
that roll.
That's exactly how it was.
or line up with everybody else, you know. And then through the trace of that, you pretty much identify the full aspect of corporation, a corporational entity. And then the way it's back though, the way it's back gives it the defiance of a nation with its military breakdowns and stuff like that, you know.
And that shit crazy. Everybody is on some this my shit type.
You know, whole town of land occupied by people everywhere.
Hey, give me that shit. It's my shit.
Straight Debo and shit.
On me, because I think about it, if life was so
Same
simple,
over here.
then all you really have was like I would think all people would want to do is like obtain land, more land. Keep doing it, like
Get your property, work it, you know.
especially when you just figuring out like how to trade, and once you come across this new material that you can trade, you definitely gonna be running shit.
But then that's all, yeah. I
Yeah.
don't know. Come to the more. I was just thinking a similar thing in the way that you know what happened next after the middle part got happened, how like that was the wild west, right? So the colonies took Louisiana, and then they had to get over take over the Indians, I think, right? Or the supposed Indians and Mexicans. That's how California got made. But I was just thinking that's a similar thing to the state that where I'm in at, like, because the British came to the east coast of Australia and they colonized all that, but just the coastal towns. But then where I'm at is in the central bit down south, and I've read just not long ago about the formation of it, and it was just basically developers that the government was sending out to, if they could go, farm there, right? Farm in this region to make more money for the colony, right? Which is Australia, and then in the process of that, they were given $10 per head of an indigenous person that they brought in. Like, no, that's legit fact. Not for the whole time, for like a few years, like for because it was like there was $10, £10 at that time per head of like an Aboriginal person. So they were like, you had to go. It was legal to kill them. It's crazy, man. Same thing as what went on there in the history, but that's why I say we face similar problems worldwide, bro. Like just the whole structure, and then it's the Britain going from there, then going to but then being behind the scenes, man.
Behind the scenes action.
Like as you said, CIA, right? Like in a way that they're running it, but not like in the front, but they're also physically doing things for them. Like they're out there doing shit and war and in the economy,
training,
which is benefiting both.
Everybody getting trained by the same.
And everybody looks at America too. Not a lot of the world, but I think in Australia a little bit though.
Unified. That's the unified bonding.
Now, a lot of like how people be saying like America money is some like fiat money or whatever you want to call it, like that. Like I'd be like, yeah, but at the same time, don't get it fucked up and don't think America don't got a 500-year plan for the shit. So we gonna be straight. Like we got to get this fiat money, honestly, and this credit shit. So the shit ain't gonna crash in our generation, so you can't think about it like that.
Mm-hmm. Johnny, you want
I mean, I ain't gonna lie, the stock market, see, it's fucked up right now though, because of China.
Yeah, that's crazy. I was learning the stock market in 8th grade, bro.
Man,
And then the
I ain't never learned.
program got diffused because we was doing good.
Man,
Word up. We got diffused. They was like, hold up, we putting these niggas onto some shit. And they knowing how to work these numbers. You feel
and
me?
that's crazy. Like they didn't teach us about none of that shit, even in high
My
school.
friend does it, bro, but I have no idea. You know, Forex? You
Yeah,
heard of that? Obviously, yeah, he does that, bro. Like, and does quite well, man. Like, yeah, among us,
what
you
he
know,
get like though?
obviously,
He get like
I don't understand.
dividends from it.
So
What
what?
was that?
He get dividends from it. Like that's like a
Yeah.
payout. Like
So
every
basically,
so
he
couple.
he has investors, right? That certain. He's like a, So anyway, people, will give him the money, and he's got to be doing the work and looking at it, buying and selling constantly with whatever's going on. But yeah, he does it right. He said like a few years ago he was at a place where he could have made like a few million from like 100,000, but it failed. But he's able to definitely make like legit one time we
Mm-hmm.
were just sitting there. He doesn't like you can't just do it out of thin air. You got to know what's happening when it's going on. But you know, within 15 minutes you can make
It's cycle.
you just buy it at the right point when it's down and going up and stuff. Like
Mm-hmm.
we're just sitting there chilling for 15 minutes, and he's going, "Oh yeah, why you guys just did that? Just make $400 sort of stuff." So what's that? $1,600 an hour. It's not bad, but
Yeah,
you
man.
can't. But it's
Takes
like
me.
it is it's a fucking bullshit. My brothers are like an investment banker too. I said before, he's like a vice president of an investment bank. Like I'm totally opposite to it though. Yeah, but he does say it's all about numbers. Like you know what I mean? Like, and the boss will always be richer than you. But um, you know
Yeah.
the you know yes, I don't know. It's just like it's cool, man, because you're getting part of the system. You got to be
Mm-hmm.
part of the system, I guess. Like but
Yeah,
like
you in there. The operation to where the currency exchange is at, it's the only way you're gonna handle your what you call it? Uh
necessities,
yeah.
you know.
There we go.
Uh,
Unless
like
you, yeah, that's it right there. Because even as in the process of becoming a manufacturer of what you need, still gonna have to get materials and stuff on the exchange for your merchandise, and that's with all the simple and basic necessities there and every day.
yeah, so that's why we've got to change our living standards and things. I think in going forward,
Mm-hmm.
it shouldn't keep developing because we've seen from the progress since World War II, how it just keeps continuing on. People keep dying and stuff like that. So not even just in the war sense, just like the whole thing just keeps getting worse and worse in the sense that we want to use the combustion energy, have everything at the top, really, getting better and better, advancing all the time. I think we should be going backwards for a while. Take things
Yeah.
back to the 60s, say, or 50s, and let's live like that. You know what I mean? In a different sense, because, well, some people will have to, man, for, the benefit. It's just, I think we should all, but the way people do, it's just, buying from food from the supermarkets and shit like that, it's not stuff in there. I mean, you have to do it. A lot of people say they have to do it like it's done. I'm not saying I'm fucking. I mean, I do
Yeah,
it different, but
yeah.
I like to try and eat the fresher things. And I'm from where
Mm-hmm.
I'm from too, from Fiji. Is like that's fresh. That's fresh seafood. You're eating like wild, not wild, but like farm like chicken growing, running around everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
When you want to, goats and stuff like that, or and the vegetables are all fresh, or you
Yeah.
pick it and eat it same day sort of shit. Yeah,
Purebred
all
animals,
homegrown.
and
Yep,
yeah, garden.
nothing like that. So well, why not? Why not take that step back? And people, you hear about all this stuff like, you know, they know the FDA, the Monsanto, and all these things allow like so much sugar and like um, others, other sucrose, like other what are they called? Um, Ingredients that are
Mm-hmm.
preservatives, the preservatives in there and stuff like that.
It's
Like
in the value of trade, man.
but people don't know. Like, but why don't
Yeah.
But they think, oh, it's all right. Yeah, we can eat a Snickers bar, or like we can eat the Fruit Loops and shit. But really, it's killing us, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
And
like
unbeknownst, what it got um addictions
yeah,
to
sugar,
that, unbeknownst, and they ain't
big
even know
time, big
that your
time.
body's calling for certain consumptions
Yep,
for you to intake,
you've got to detox, man. You got to detox this shit for you to recognize that. Because when
Mm-hmm.
that craving kicks in, that's when you go eat it, right? And so
Mm-hmm.
that. Like, it's true, man. I went through a heavy little bit of sugar for a while. And, like, not sugar in the sense that I was eating, like, cereal, like, because, like, it was easy. Or I was trying to eat muesli and shit, thinking it's healthy.
Mm-hmm.
But, I just, like, I watched this documentary on sugar, and then, like, started reading the ingredients, and you think about it, like, they had like 20 grams of sugar in each serve. So if I'm eating that kind of like for 3 meals a day type shit, 2 3 meals, and having fruit in, but like it's a lot, man, and I could feel it in my body too. Like
Yeah.
I wasn't as strong, and like it's fucking weird, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's a definite thing to it,
You feel the energy surge,
and
Um,
people, I guess, like but then you could say like a lot of like as God body, bro. He was even saying, man, his like his great his grandmother, sorry, is like 100 and is
mm-hmm.
105, and she has like to sort of indulge in things like that, or his grandfather had the ice cream,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and
Mm-hmm.
just things like that. Like people say it's so bad for you to have such
Yeah.
things, but it's all about in the mind too, because it's a stress. Stress is the killer. Is a
Mm-hmm.
main factor, man. It's a heavy effect. As he was Scott Buddy was saying before, like if you think about the thing making you worse, it's gonna be, or if you think about you're gonna get over that sickness, it's gonna be a kickstart to it. So you like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, there is it evens out the scales. It definitely not evens them out, like it weighs it
Yeah.
heavier on your side.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I mean, and it's how you handle it too, I guess. And everybody goes through stress, right? Like, as we know, stress. What is what stressful, what not. But I think it's a good. It's how you handle it. Like, are you able to cope with it, or do you have to hide from it, or,
Definitely that.
or do you have to? Well, how do you? Because we all got to go through it, but it's different extents. Obviously,
Mm-hmm.
somebody living born with a silver spoon ain't going through the same thing as
Mm-hmm. Terms and
man.
conditions.
Yeah.
Check the box. Yeah,
What
definitely.
what what's what area are you in, bro?
Me, I'm
Like
in New
what's
Jersey right now.
well, okay, cool. What
Yeah.
what's city? Newark, is it?
Nah, I resided in North for a while, but I'm in Patterson,
Oh yeah,
City Garden
that's
State, man.
that's where Fetty Wap from, right?
Yeah, that's where that buddy from.
He
Yeah,
finished now though, but
went to school. My other lady went to school with him. Know that character. I crossed him a few times too. You know, I know the individual. You feel me? At the end of the day, you know. So it's like shit like that. You know,
that's
because I was like
cool, man.
I
It
was
shows you
bugging
such a small
out.
world.
Yeah, I was bugging.
But
I had came across this thing bro Sanchez had did on him. You feel me?
uh,
About the terms and stuff like that. When it came to his eye or whatnot, you feel me?
oh,
Yeah. I'm
did
like
it correlate?
that boy eye been like that all this time we knew that
Yeah,
kid from school
yeah.
and everything. We called him One Eye Willie. School and shit. They called him One Eye Willie. Not me personally. I ain't like
yeah,
picking out. You
yeah,
feel
yeah.
me? But yeah,
But
they
that was
called.
his nickname. Because I don't think, or maybe he was like, yeah, because I've heard that, like
He's
he was
solid
born with,
though.
not born with it, but got it really young. Eh?
Yeah, he ended up solid and all. You get your politics incorporated in this situation. So that's how that shit go for
Was
everybody.
he like a performer character, like in? Did you know him at school, or did he just start singing
Nah,
because he
bro,
could?
bro ain't really did the school thing. I
Oh,
think he
okay.
he be he behind me actually in age or
Because
whatnot.
it's not like he really raps. It's kind of like he
Yeah,
does, I guess, but
he
it's more
got
singing.
yeah he more melodic when
Yeah,
it comes to it. And
yeah.
it's because of the universal upbringing, the genre swap, the genre mashup. You feel me? We
Okay.
a lot of us in the regions. It's a lot of us that was out there as far as mashed up with genres. It wasn't like stuck into one mix. Most
Yeah,
urbanized areas banging this one type of music, certain things like that. You had some universal characters that was in the hood. You feel me?
yeah,
And he just wasn't. He always was out there like that, but it comes to point with individuals where you gotta hinder certain characteristics amongst peers. Peer pressure and shit like that. That's just how I look at certain situations when it comes to individuals. But at the same time, they're dope. They're dope, dude. You feel me? As far as how some of the content is put out, and when I resonate with what he be speaking on because I'm from the environment. You feel me?
exactly.
At the end
Yeah,
of the day, so that plays into it too for the scale of certain people's artistry, and whatnot. And this is just a whole lot of shit that go into my hood though, because it's a very significant place when it comes to industrial revolution and stuff like that. And that's why my scope be coming from a little aspect of industrialization and stuff like that because we got the Great Falls out here, and they was running mills off of that and everything and whatnot, and a whole bunch of other stuff out here, man. The first inhabitants of the land over here and everything like that. I've been able to come in contact with the history of my hood and where I'm from, for starters, and then from there you able to navigate and being one of the original 13, that leads more into investigative information as far as how certain things operate and been functioning upon the folks. And a whole lot of shit. Like the basis of sh- systematic development and structure in urbanized regions, and how impactful the design works on the people. And the world got that abroad. You seen Lean on Me?
I remember. Oh, that's the one with the young kids
Morgan,
about all
Morgan
the
Freeman
young.
in the high school and shit. I don't know if you seen
Famous movie. I remember it. Yeah,
it. Got Morgan Freeman was like the principal of the school and shit or whatnot at the time. Eastside High School. But that joint right there is is when I look at that joint, it's just a superb offset and it's a superb identifiance to certain structures and systematics that I've been a part of, and seeing the effects on certain individuals under the pre-existing terms and conditions, when it comes to environment, society, education, substance abuse, all that.
yeah,
But in the school,
yeah.
in your years of adolescence and
Yep.
whatnot, and
That's
how it
in.
goes.
Yeah, man. That but for me personally, just in my opinion, just the fact that children so young is exposed, because I mean, even in the sense that we kind of always knew, even when we were younger, we would always say, uh, try and do the things that you shouldn't, yeah. But how they're exposed to all this the alphabet community stuff, like
Mm-hmm.
that's just really kind of personally, just just saying for myself, it's just a bit discouraging in the sense because they're so innocent and have no idea,
Right.
no even use. Then they're like their sexual organs haven't even started growing, man. Like their voices haven't dropped yet or anything, like.
You can't
But
get away from it.
you
Okay.
know, it's
It's
like
advertised everywhere.
yeah. So they don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like shit. The girls haven't got started having period, like, and even yeah. But anyway, that's just a personal thing.
That just made
Well,
me think of a track. You heard Lupe Fiasco, "Bitch Bad," right?
nah, I know Lupe, but nah, not that song.
Not that track. That pretty much what you was just talking about, as far as exposure to the youths and how they exposed to certain things and what they could receive from it and get from it. You know, parental advisory. You know, the the ratings on things, but
Oh yeah,
it's no actual, you know, operation of that ever. You see it when it's working and it's out there, but for the most part, you know, you look over the generations in the past and years, technology been raising children.
yeah,
You know?
man. And oh shit, like you saying that, I saw a few ads how like when we a couple of decades ago, the family structure was very more a bit in society's stigma. Like they wanted to, they not just had a stigma, like just in it was the done thing to get married, have children, and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's sort of fallen away. I've even seen this ad where it's like children. I mean, like this lady was on the thing going, parents need to let go of their children when they go to school. They need to realize that they're everybody's problem and stuff like in the sense that they're trying to like give up the rights of the parents to the government.
Like
Like
just let your baby loose, turn them over
yeah, man. Like
openly and willingly.
yeah, it's working though.
Word up. You just subject to the shit.
But some people do some particular stuff, but some don't.
Yeah, you spot on, man.
So
That's what it is, G.
Is this? Oh no! Do you get much snow around your way, or not at all? Like,
Um, I think they got that spaghetti, cloudy with spaghetti with chances, and cloudy with a chance of spaghetti and meatballs machine around this way. Cause this shit ain't. It don't be making no sense with the snowing and the rain. Like the seasons don't match like how they used to. At the
oh
end of the day, you know, it's like I don't experience the same seasons as I grew up. If that make any sense.
yeah, that does.
Like,
Like,
like right about this time should be covered in snow around my way, you know, and stuff
yeah,
like that. And shit, I can't even tell you when I seen some snow, and it's March.
yeah, right. But then, yeah, see, so it's
In
just
my region, North Jersey, you know.
so when it does the summers get hotter too, or the summertime is just the same?
And they've been pretty solid
Yeah,
with the warmth concern, but even still with that, you know, it's not the warmth hasn't even really elevated to what I can remember in the youth. You know, it was
all
nights
right.
when you just kicking all night and the same hot air that filled the daytime filling the night sky at points, you know, but
Yeah.
it's just
Now
like
that
the
it's
whole
getting cold.
atmosphere. Yeah, that the whole atmosphere changed throughout the seasons, right along with what's
Yeah.
going on.
No, I can relate. It's pretty similar. It's all just getting weird now. Because at the moment, same thing. We're like, we the weather's we should be really hot or lately like we've had the summer but it's dragging on a bit more like now the summer has sort of supposed to be finished with December, January, February are the supposed summer months here, so now at the
Mhm.
end of February, but it's like it's still pretty hot and it's not at the peak, but it's not autumn, like it's not changing as much, but it
Yeah.
seems I haven't felt the change will probably come in a couple of months, but it just
Mhm.
seems a little bit further by now. Usually you would have felt it. But I haven't moved state. Anyway, weather.
Oh yeah.
That movie was alright, eh? The fucking meatball shit.
Mhm. Yeah,
How
man.
you watch it? Who was on the screen before, man? What was she say, your little girl?
Yeah, that was my second youngest
Oh, dope,
daughter.
brother.
Yeah, I got four girls, man.
What?
Yeah,
How
but
so? How old is?
my oldest will be 13. Then the next one will be 11. One about to be 7 and 3.
Wow, whoa, man, that's the
Coming
prime
upon
time.
3.
You
Yeah.
must be like, well, it's a heavy time for your wife or your partner, like if they're like,
Uh, they
your
got they
girl.
got
I mean, you're both there, so like, but I'm just saying that in the sense that they're girls, so they tend to go to
hmm
the,
shit.
you know,
That's heavy on anybody, you feel me?
yeah,
But they,
man.
they got different mothers and stuff.
Oh,
The
okay,
two oldest ones and the
yeah,
youngest got the same mother, but you know,
or the
they've
partner,
been they've been lessons well given,
yeah.
well appreciated, especially the first beings, of my
Wow, man,
ever. It's all time and error, That's why I look at my thing, and it's the subject of development, your upbringing and your development, your downloads, your influences, and just you personally and what you was subject to on your shit. Cause my my thing was wild with it, bro. Like, and I told all of these females, every female I ever dealt with, bro, I told them like my plan was to uh put myself in a position to where I'll be able to travel, in a form of fashion of my thing. And my fashion was going into the service. Then I got my information, but it's all about utilizing your experience to hire yourself to certain levels. And my thing was, get in. And I was trying to plant a seed on every continent, to be honest with you, because I was just looking at the networking aspect of it and the whole vast scope as to world and how world is unified, and just to further, I look way beyond certain interactions, because I looked at it like shit. My sibling, my children gonna have siblings all over the world. We gonna be tapped into all cultural existences for the most part. At the end of the day, like I was really on some becoming the world shit. At the end of the day, but having the resources and everything necessary for it. You know what I mean? Then you get the trials and the rejections and the defaults come into play, but it's still all learning experience for me, because a lot of people say they time be wasted, this time was wasted and shit or whatnot. And like, yeah, it do be time wasted, but is it time wasted? You know, what did you learn from your experience, and what
Mm-hmm.
did you gain, and what could you be further utilizing of that
Yeah.
experience? And I have these blessings and these wonderful girls, and it gave me
Yep.
sights to all and everything, especially when it comes to mother, universe, and just feminine and divine feminine energy in itself. Child, when I had my first baby, that's when I experienced unconditional love. And people don't know what love is. They got conditions on love. But that's how I came into contact with what love really is, through my daughters and that divine feminine energy, and the experience to, know the other side from a very observational perspective, as far as the emotional content is concerned, and how they react to certain things. And I grew up with a bunch of women, so
Yeah.
that shit just was crazy. My mom's just had me and my brother, so I knew I was destined to give her girls. So
Haha. True, eh?
yeah,
Wow.
well, give
That's
us
it. That's a trippy way to think
our
about it.
give
Yeah.
us our leeway into the legacies and stuff like that. And they phenomenal beings, man. Phenomenal little beings. I call them my little G's. They be tightening everything up. That's why a lot of stuff in all my feeds and everything, if I was to do it, they'd be on it. You feel me?
Mm.
They get down with the get down. Make sure they know who they are. They tell me who they are. And when I talk to them, the oldest two, they just be defining me in my youth, but from a female perspective, because they are incorporated of myself and a mother, and they express and give the full defiance of their makeups with their strength, intelligence, and everything else that comes in. They give me my words of wisdom. That's why I say my gods talk back, and I pray to my gods. And for the most part, these be my little G's. They gonna stir it up and be my mother earth and all everything else in line and climb.
Well,
Brothers and
that's a good, yeah. I mean, that's the truth, and that's a good way. I mean, not to interrupt, like how they, because I was just thinking how they're gonna be. You see, they're gonna be little G's and things. How like how this hip hop is just the unfortunate part of how the hip hop sensory, and some people and they're taking all the detrimental part out of it and think it's all about living trap life, and they have
mm-hmm.
children at such a young age, and they go, well, they're gonna fulfill all their little put, the make this little gangster out of a foot, like a little 2 3 year old man. It's like,
Yeah. But when I say G, it's just short for God, man.
all right, same thing, man. Not, no, no,
Yeah,
I'm not meaning to break it down like to
yeah, I
like
got you. I got you.
stereotype.
But my thing is
I'm not
like
one
it's
to talk.
yeah. My thing just like how you said, the coming into to making your child what you want them to be. That ain't it, bro. You here to support and and guide the welfare and development.
Yeah, yeah.
Protection. They got a
Yeah.
mind just like you got a mind. You feel me? They gonna utilize it. Your main priority should be the strengthening of that mind, body and soul. So that's just been my program and my identifying with certain things. They got to be able to utilize their senses and make sense of their senses. Know how certain things
Right.
work and affect them. And they be on point with it. You know, my well, she was 9 at the time when I spoke to her, but she said, "Shit, when you talking to me, you gonna get." She said her brain consists of memory and knowledge. You feel me? So when you talking to her, you dealing with memory and knowledge. So it's like shit. That's what it is. The downloads, the operation of certain applications, identifying yourself, and she the one that brought in my scope into identity theft and how the identities of various people have been thefted upon them and unbeknownst to them given away. You know,
Fully.
she asked me. She asked me a couple years ago. She asked me. She said, "Daddy, who are we?" And I'm like, "You mean as far as nationalities concerned and such matter?" And she was exact to that point. You feel me? And then to answer that, I told her, shit, through my investigations, the most tightest term I could navigate to is a native of this land, given whatever they telling us. You feel me? But it more so extends beyond that, you know, because it's just a geographic location as far as residency concerned or
Yeah.
whatnot. But as far as our being, it's that's that's when I was like, all right,
Yeah.
can't. And this around the time, your folks start once you been identifying, letting your folks know certain things about us and certain like that. Because I was already engaged in the information or whatnot, and then that dive to it, and then to get this this question presented to me from my daughter and no adults around me that I've engaged with brung up this fact of the matter. You feel me? And identifying certain things, not even my family or whatnot. And so the family that I was born into, you feel me? Because I'm talking about the one I created right now. And it's
Yeah.
like she just hit a dead point. And I'm like, yo, I know I ain't tripping, bro. If my energy cycling through my baby miles away, years unexchanged
Yeah.
information with her, and she's still in tune and square rooted to the point. You feel me?
Yeah.
From ages or whatnot. So it's like, hey, daddy, you've been doing the right thing. Just continue to do what you're doing, cuz. So that's how that joint worked for me. But to be able to embrace soul power, and and how certain signals and information is given to you, and how to
Yeah.
interact with it versus neglect it.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is a powerful thing that they do.
That's why I say my scope always been from a parental advisory view. I'm the big brother. I'm the oldest out of my
Oh yeah.
clan
Yeah.
and my siblings. You feel me? So
Yeah.
I always had that, oversee the guardian perspective of my purpose and serving. That's why any information I come in the lines with or ever came in with, you know, he was. I fed it to my little G's, my little brothers and stuff like that. Anybody else come around, but make sure I fed it to my line. You feel me? So we could be on point. You see where they at now with themselves, Hey,
Yeah.
solid big brother by example, even if it wasn't, the greatest amongst things, but they knew not to engage in certain things. Because, like I mentioned the other day, firsthand experience is great, but it's some things you don't want to experience. And then when you do, you be like, ha ha. That just bring me my brother. My brother called himself trying to be down and cool and come post up on the block type shit. You feel me? Where I hang out or whatnot. And he goes out there before I even go out there. So I come out, I been in the corner about to walk down. They got everybody hemmed up. He hemmed up too down there, getting frisked. I'm walking past. He look at me in my face like I'm gonna say something. I said, nigga, this how it is out here. I don't know you right now. Keep it pushing. I said, this how this shit is out here, cuz. Know what I mean? You found that out? Yeah. Now you making moves differently, bro.
Yeah.
Shit ain't no game out here. You need them books and these motherfucking roads.
Yeah,
Man.
man. So true, though, mate.
Yeah,
I could
I was
just
that guy.
imagine.
I was into everything though, man. I'm an 80s baby, man. Shit was
Yeah.
wild, bro. Like we had and that's the times in these generations. They didn't have that opportunity to really experience certain ventures. I'm not saying these ventures was dynamic, but it's still certain ventures that's incorporated in your youth and your growth and development that a lot of these children haven't gotten to experience and won't experience that we done. And that gap right there creates the division when it comes to any understanding and respect levels on certain things. That's just what I scope. But it's good to
No,
see these exchanges, man.
yeah, it's dope. I'll probably break it down, soon. We'll just go see what the things are. Oh,
Mhm.
shit, it's over 4 hours. Shit,
Yeah, I'm
that's
probably
alright.
finna get up out of here, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to get with these little G's and we about to, master up something. But appreciate the time. Much love and respect to you, Sunray. Them
Yeah,
tunes what job me in, man. Play the guitar. I'm trying to pluck my strings. I gotta pick up one.
yeah.
But yeah, solid, man.
Thanks, bro. That was pretty. I was just thinking about that. But I'll keep going. Anyway, let's see the come. They'll do it. Soon again. Bro, have a good one. Have a good day too, and peace to all, bro.
You do
Out
the same.
there.
Bro.
All right. Safe, hey. Talk soon, man. Thanks again for coming through. Gee,
No
it's good to
problem. Thanks
talk,
for
man.
having
It was good to talk, bro. Deep build.
me.
All right. Easy, bus. Much peace, man. We out live. That was the best build done. So, like I said, I'm going to get better from here. So, be good. You know, as I always say, look inside yourself, find your direction, follow that path, follow your intuition, be the best you can be, learn every day, respect, peace. You know, keep that flavor, be creative, man, all the time. Jay's out, Giselle, Giselle. Next time I'll go out with an outro. Peace.